Now we gotta pretend that we haven't been live for 2 minutes already. Thank you, Chessmaster. Thank you for the 54 months. And hello to the YouTube people. I started the stream 2 minutes late. Sealed ease arc of Gnosticism. Apishtim? I have no idea how you say that. Can you guys hear that? It's like sometimes it looks like my mic picks it up. Beeping is crazy. What an air conditioner. Alien vs Predator with the controller overlays. That's usually pretty hard to find, especially all three of them. Even my copy doesn't have those. Most of my Jaguar games don't have a controller overlay if they had one. See, this is what I loved about the Jaguar controller. Look at that. You had a map button, you had like all these different functional buttons, you had a button to heal. People crap on the Jaguar controller, but personally, as long as you didn't mind holding that thing, the keypad on the bottom actually served a lot of use for gameplay, right? Alien vs Predator is a great example. Look at all the different buttons and the things they do. It's almost like it's sort of like the precursor to the DS, right? Where the DS had the touchscreen, we can like do menuing on the touchscreen. It's kind of the same thing with the Jaguar controller when you think about it. Yeah, it's something that we've discussed last stream quite a bit, Spud. It depends on the game, essentially. Some games will definitely come back down in price. Some won't. Some will come down a little bit, but never recover to the prices they previously were. Majority of them, though, are just like hype prices right now, and they will come back down. Hello, Jason. I'm gonna turn off my filter so you guys can hear what the hell I have to listen to right now. I'm gonna see if I can like mute it here. Listen to this. Now can you hear it? I'm gonna have to listen to that for the next several hours. Oh my god. That's my air conditioner, by the way. I don't know what is happening to it. Like it's cycling between like low, medium, and high setting and auto, and every time it does it, it makes a beeping noise. Sometimes it shuts itself off. Sometimes it turns like it has a mind of its own right now. I was supposed to get a new one this year, but I'm like, hey, you know what? I could probably get one more year out of this thing, and now it's driving me crazy. See if I can at least mute it. Sometimes it mutes and then sometimes it turns itself back on. It's cool having an air conditioner you can control from your phone or your tablet, but man, when it starts to break, it's like the AI is taking over or something. Okay, I put it on mute. It's not supposed to beep, but it usually starts back up again. Yeah, it is kind of like Morse code. Probably is speaking. There's people letting off fireworks outside right now. There's like a live DJ outside for some party. I mean, it's... My air conditioner's throwing a rave of its own. It's quite an interesting night. Oh, it's back. The air conditioner's beeping again. Yeah, like dogs barking, freaking fireworks, live. I think they literally have a live band playing. I don't know what's going on. Someone's throwing a crazy party. Xbox Game Studios campaign above collected. People are really spending that much on the Halo Collector's Edition. I mean, I don't see how this would maintain that price years from now. At least the statue's decent. Yeah, because we're all dying to use our hot pink Master Chief skins. Can't wait to get that. Thanks, Juicy. Appreciate it as always. Your comment disappeared. Let me see if I see the one before. It might have got auto-modded. YouTube has like an auto-mod for comments. So, try posting it again. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate it as always as well. What are my thoughts on what are some Game Boy Color, Game Boy hidden gems that I recommend? Well, we can do a Game Boy Color search tonight. Cause man, there's a lot. Let me get to like the 10th page of auctions, and then we'll search Game Boy Color. Or I'll make that actually the first search that we do. You know, like after we get to around the hour mark of auctions here. Once it says like an hour left. Because I played a lot of Game Boy Color weird games. But yeah, I think Game Bombs. Computers used to give you whole games for doing so. Yeah, if you pre-ordered and bought Shadow Hearts Covenant at GameStop back in the day, they gave you the first game for free, which is crazy to think about now. One of my favorite Game Boy hidden gems, though, Bubble Ghost. I love Bubble Ghost. And then there was another one. Oh, what was the name of it? Oh, it was a game with balls that I played several years ago and loved it. What the heck was it? Cool Ball, I think was the name. Cool Ball has to be one of the coolest hidden gems on original Game Boy. Actually, a pretty rare game. Uh-oh, my internet is crapping out. Let's see if it recovers. You guys might get some buffering. Zombie... Why is it called Zombies Seeker? Shouldn't it just be Zombie Seeker? Sounds weird. So it's a first person. Yeah, I haven't played this. Sure, a future Horror Month game at some point. Oh, it's supposed to be Zombies with a Z, but here they spelled it with an S. Good old Zoo. I'm sure that'll be a fantastic game. I wouldn't want any band performing in my backyard or my house, to be honest with you. That's just a little too... I don't know, just that social, like the social pressure of that. I'd rather just go to a venue. Personally, like, I don't care if they would come for free. I still wouldn't have any band come. personally. Best of PSN Volume 1, yeah. That will come down in price, I think, but it's going to take several years. Just because it has Tokyo Jungle in there. What do I collect for? I collect everything. But my main console that I collect for is PS2, PS1, Game Boy Color. Would be like the main ones for me right now. And then 64. Not often we see Game Boy Color complete box games ending as an auction. Decent price on Mortal Kombat 4. Can't remember what that's going for at the moment. I remember what I paid for mine years ago. I think it was like $50, $60 back then. So now it's probably like 80 to 100, I'd imagine. Oh, foil box version. That's the thing about Game Boy Color games. There actually are variants. Some of them came with the foil spine, and then some of them came with the non-foil spine. Personally, I prefer the foil spines. I haven't bought a Dreamcast game in quite a bit. I already have a ton of Dreamcast games that I'm pretty happy with. So, you know, there's always something for the Dreamcast I want, but until I start streaming Dreamcast again, I'm not buying Dreamcast games. Amberg? Sonic for $8. I think I played this on Vita? Yeah, I'm almost certain I played this on Vita. It was okay. The touch controls made it a little rough. I think it was one of those games that forced the back touchpad. Not sure what it's going for on PS4. It seems like it's a pretty cheap game. RPG Maker with. There's a PS5 version of that. I'm starting to lose hope that they're ever going to release that DLC that they released in Japan. It's so messed up. They came out with some awesome tile, like, you know, stuff to help you make your game, assets for Japan, several months ago, and they still have not released it on the US store, and I'm pretty pissed. I'm gonna give it a little bit longer, but I might have to start going back to making my game without the new assets. Fighting with controls counts as cardio. Well, if you're playing some kind of motion control game, sure. There's plenty of Wii games that would count as cardio. I don't know too much about the Capcom Digital Collection. Oh, there's still a lot of work to be done in the RPG Maker game. I've mostly just been doing, like, the design work. There's still a lot of coding elements that need to be done. It is not close to being done unless I cut corners and make the game much shorter than I planned on it, which is an option. If I cut out an entire character, I could definitely save some time. Oh, look at that. Embalmed. Converting over to kick to give Norvert a kick sub. Thanks, Embalmed. Thank you for always hooking up the kick people. Very generous. Appreciate it. Still got some exclusive kick emotes as well that are nowhere else. Let's get to page 10 and then we'll search for Game Boy Color. For how long am I into the RPG? Over 300 hours. Yeah, it sucks because I was just getting back into working on it a few months ago. Like, getting back in the mood and actually working on it off stream. And then they released, I started watching RPG Maker streams. The only people that stream that game are from Japan. But I was, watching their streams, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then I was watching someone stream, and I'm like, whoa, what tile set is that? That looks really awesome. And then it turns out that Japan got, some exclusive, as of right now, tile sets for the game that would fit my game perfectly. And they haven't mentioned anything about it coming here yet. I even wrote the Japanese X account. I'm like, are there any plans to bring this out here? And they're like, oh, they're typical, if we announce, if we release it, we'll announce it on our social media page. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So that means they have no idea. So I've been just kind of waiting to see if they release it on the US store, because, man, it would be so perfect for my game. But something tells me, because it's been 2 months now. Now, they were having server issues where the asset packs were causing people to not be able to develop or download. It was conflicting with the software itself that they had to iron out and patch out within a few weeks. So that could have delayed the US release. But there's no word of mouth. There's no communication. We have no idea if we're ever getting it. So I'm just kind of waiting to see, because the last thing I'd want to happen is to complete the game and then they're like, oh, the asset pack's out in the US, because, whew, boy. I can't just add it in. I'd have to re-release a brand new, whole new game to add it in. Because you can't update your games on there. If you update it, it releases an entirely separate game. So, I don't know. I definitely don't intend on leaving it unfinished. I put too much work into that. So I'm just kind of waiting and seeing what happens. Thanks, Monkey. Thank you for that resub. Tamagotchi Connection. I haven't played really any of these Tamagotchi games that they released over the years. I've heard that these are okay, little minigame compilations. And the new one that they released on the Switch 2, was it? Is a sequel to this. But I heard that one is not very good at all. Alright, let's check Game Boy Color for Embalmed. Recommend some stuff. Little Caesar. Have I played Super Bubble Pop PS1? I don't think I played that one yet. really filter Pokemon. That just took out 20,000 results, by the way. 20,000. There's more Pokemon games on eBay than Game Boy Color in its entirety. This Hamtaro game was pretty fun, I remember that. People are just, they've been begging for a new Hamtaro game. The Hamtaro people are desperate. Or they want like a Hamtaro collection or something. Thanks, Pixelly. Will I be vending again at LA Retro? I definitely won't be vending, but you know, I'll probably be there hanging out. I haven't vended there in a few years, so I'd probably be on some crazy wait list to even get back in. Yeah, I used to like, if I really wanted to get in there, I used to know, he used to be like in charge of the show pretty much, but then he moved. So he passed responsibilities off to someone else. So I used to have a, you know, pretty close relationship with like practically one of the owners of that show. So now I don't really know the people that run it too well. So even if I wanted to vend there, it might be a little tough. I don't really even have, like, I'm not prepared to vend there. I don't have... Most of my stuff that I have is mostly, cheaper stuff, right? Like, it wouldn't even be worth it for me. I'd have to accrue more stuff over the years. This is a pretty rare game. Hollywood Pinball. Thank you for the resub, and thank you Lionhawk as well. Thank you for these, what is that, 67 months. Sorry, 58 months, and Amberg with the 67 months. Thank you, Amberg. Hello, Nico. Baby T-Rex with a chromatic. I like that they release, like, I guess you want to call them exclusive chromatic games. The fact that the GameStop mascot has a game with them is kind of interesting. Loose Game Boy games are way more common than complete, yeah. Much more common. What is this? Limited run games, but what game is it? They do release some real slop on here sometimes, though, with like these indie releases. This is an interesting, weird little hidden gem game. It's kind of a decent platformer. Zubumafu. If you're looking for the deep cuts, that's one of them. If I also remember, this game has insanely catchy music. It's like some animal. It's based off of like a kid show or something that uses like puppets or claymation or something. I forget what it is. PBS Kids. I think there are only like 2 Zubumafu shows. I know nothing about it. But the games are $80 for yellow. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. That's about what the old Game Boy carts for Pokemon stuff are going crazy lately. A development studio still gets me excited when they announce a new game. Honestly, I kind of like what Capcom is doing these days. Most things that Capcom shows are pretty exciting, I think at least. Especially if it's like a new IP or like a resurrection of an older IP or something. And I'd like to say Square Enix. It's been a little bit since I felt like really looking forward to something from them. Until Final Fantasy Resonance. Like Final Fantasy Resonance, I'm pretty excited for that game. It's been a bit since I've been excited for something from them. I kind of missed the Wild West Square Enix though from like 6 or 7 years ago when they were just like coming out of nowhere announcing, God, that air conditioner is driving me crazy. The beeping. When they were just announcing like stuff out of nowhere, it's like, okay, here's Valkyrie Elysium and here's Diofield Chronicles. It's like, what the hell? Like, what are all? They're announcing so many games. It's crazy, and they're all coming out in the same year. I think those days are over for them, though. I still haven't played this, but this is like a Zelda Bomberman quest. Look forward to playing that one day. Pikachu Devil's Island Adventure. Wow, I've always wanted this. I love the cover. So it's a platformer. What game is it borrowing from? Can't tell. That Pikachu spray though. Look at that Pikachu, oh my goodness. Well, it is called Pikachu Devil's Island Adventure. I guess Island Adventure, maybe. Adventure Island. Who knows, Claude? Revelation should come out physically. It's due out before the physical apocalypse, so. I have one of these like really weird games, like one of these knockoff, like this game should not exist kind of thing. I still have it here behind me. Damn, I guess I moved it. Okay, never mind. I was gonna show it. Alone in the Dark on Game Boy Color. This is what the Resident Evil game that was going to release but never did was based on, this graphic engine. Still one of the absolute best looking games on Game Boy Color. I mean, look at those graphics. It's insane what this game pulled off on the system. Just think of what Resident Evil could have looked like. So it's a pretty faithful version of New Nightmare. Room for room, I mean, it's pretty much the same damn thing. There's almost no reason to play this version over the PlayStation or Dreamcast version, other than the fact that you just want to play it on Game Boy Color. The biggest problem with this release is that every time that you switch from one room to another, the screen flashes. I think it's white. I think the screen actually flashes white. It could have been black, but I'm pretty sure it flashes white, and it's very... Some people find it very almost unplayable because of that. Hey, thanks, Astia. That's not the ESRB version, by the way. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 53 months. What are my thoughts on collecting for Xbox One for cheap compared to Series X? Oh, thoughts on an Xbox One X for a cheap way. Man, I'm gonna be honest. If you plan on playing like 360 games and stuff, like backwards compatible, I would just go with the Series X. It'll be worth the investment. If you don't plan on doing backwards compatible stuff, then yeah, an Xbox One X could be a nice cheap way into it. But if you're looking to play 360 games on there, I would go with the Series X or S. We haven't seen too many of the deep cut hidden gems on here yet. But that comes with the territory of Game Boy Color. It's going to be filled with the typicals when you search for it. This is a Zelda clone, by the way, Quest for Camelot on Game Boy Color. It's a straight up rip-off of Zelda, Link's Awakening. Like, not even an argument. It's essentially a Zelda game. If you like Zelda, you might like that game. Oh, here's the, this is the game I just mentioned before. The GameStop mascot having its own game through the Chromatic Game Boy Color game. It's probably not a very good game, if I had to imagine. There's a lot of these homebrew kind of games coming out these days. I'm all for it. I think it's, as long as the prices are fair when they release, I'm all for it. Your first Game Boy game you got before Pokemon Blue? What, Quest for Camelot? I did not have a Game Gear back in the day, no. The main reason was because I had the Nomad. Not a lot of people had a Nomad. But if you had the Nomad, it was like, I didn't see the point. I had the Game Boy and I had the Nomad, so it was like, in Game Boy Color. Well, I didn't see the point in having the Game Gear at the time because I had portable Genesis games. The battery life in the Nomad was probably even worse than Game Gear though, but I did have the battery pack. But it was, battery was terrible no matter what the hell you did. Did I stream this Alice game? I think I did. Picked this up at a convention. My memory is so crazy sometimes. Like, even though I bought this game, I'm not even kidding, like 10 years ago, I could still remember exactly what convention, exactly where the booth was, and exactly where in that booth I got this game. Like, I don't know why I can remember these things sometimes. I just, like, recall exactly where I bought the damn game. It's one of the only Disney IP Alice in Wonderland games out there. I remember the graphics being pretty good in that game. That's about all I can remember. Hello, Jingo. I did not play Adventure Time on 3DS. Though I remember the because I've never watched Adventure Time. It's just not really my kind of thing. But I remember the graphics in that looking really nice. Here's a pretty, this is one that we thought was a game someone was looking for several months ago. They were like trying to figure out what game it was from their childhood, and I thought it might have been this one. This is a pretty fascinating little RC car game. It's very Micro Machines-esque, but like it's top-down view, and you just drive around rooms doing like little mini quests and everything. It's actually pretty cool. It's better than you would think. Racing Rats. That's a sealed copy for 41 bucks. You can find it cheaper, obviously. Merlin, pretty good game. It's a PAL import, PAL exclusive. I streamed this a long time ago. It's a pretty standard, colorful little Euro platformer. Look at that boss, look at that sprite work. On that like crow or bird in the bed. Well, I find deals on here, but I don't buy games during eBay streams. If I find something that's worth buying, I put the link in chat for other people to buy. That's just how I do it. There's still deals. They're harder to get. I structure my eBay streams from an entertainment standpoint, meaning if you want to get deals on eBay, you literally have to sit there with either several windows open, all on auto refresh, refreshing newly listed over and over, or you have to be like just constantly refreshing newly listed non-stop so you have a chance of buying something the second it's listed. That doesn't make for good entertainment. So I take the entertaining route, the more chill route, which is why on my streams it may appear harder to get deals, because this is not the best method of finding deals. Right, like scrolling several days into newly listed Game Boy Color games isn't exactly going to find a deal. The deals are already gone at that point. But we just look for conversation and recommendations once we get that deep down. Once in a while, the best way to find deals, auctions. Auctions are by far the best way to get deals on eBay these days. But most people don't have the patience for auctions. They need that immediate dopamine hit of a buy it now auction or buy it now listing. So Return of the Ninja Complete. I'd say that this may be on par in terms of rarity with Shantae. Of course, Shantae is the most expensive game on Game Boy Color, but I actually think Return of the Ninja is like just as rare, if not rarer, to get complete in box than Shantae. This is another pretty rare one. Quicks, but it only came out as a PAL game, but you know, fully compatible with other consoles. But if you like Quicks, this is a interesting little exclusive. Have I seen Beastmaster? I don't think so. Yeah, now there's bots that buy things. It's like, you know, it is what it is. You pretty much gotta like outsmart the bots. The hardest thing for the bots to figure, like, you gotta look at lots still, lots that don't list the games that are in the picture. Because then the bots would have a harder time identifying what it's looking at. But there's plenty of things where like I find it and I link it in chat and it sells within like a minute. Like we still get those kind of things. It's just not as frequent. Futurama? No, that wasn't an auction. People don't typically post that as an auction. No, I didn't watch that crazy. I don't really watch Ludwig. What's the synopsis on the video? What was the findings? Which one graded it the best and worst? Clash of Titans. Oh yeah, I'm the original Ray Harryhausen Clash of Titans. It's one of my favorites. Did I read the Witcher books? No. I tried reading the Witcher book that came with The Witcher 1 on PC back when I bought that way back in the day. I tried reading the book. Of course I never finished it, and I never finished the game. But it was kind of cool that they included the book with that game. Yeah, I was waiting for us to... It's not the game, it's the manual, but was waiting for us to come across Polaris Snowcross, which is one of the best recommendations I always give on Game Boy Color. People have no idea how cool Polaris Snowcross is on Game Boy Color. Not only does it actually have some pretty fun gameplay, but it's got one of the best soundtracks on the console. The music is just so crazy. And the game is really cheap. Curious to see if there's any copies of Cool Ball on here for Game Boy. I remember when I bought this loose at a convention years ago, the cart was like 40 or 50 bucks, so it's probably like $100 now. Yeah, I'd say 120. Actually a super rare game. Getting this complete, not easy. See, this is what I mean. When people ask me, is a game rare? This is absolutely rare when it comes to the original Game Boy. How do you know? Because when you search for it, there are literally I'm not even going to count the graded one. One cart. This one's from the UK, so that's, I'm not sure, is that the US release that they have though? It does say USA. Alright, we'll count that one. But it's not even, it's from the UK. There's literally one cart from the Netherlands with the instruction manual. And then one more down here from Germany. This is exceedingly rare for Game Boy standards. Which I recommend this game, by the way. Do I recommend it for $120? I definitely do not. But if you can play the game, I'd recommend it. Really fun. It's honestly not a terrible lot. It's got a lot of like super common stuff in here, but it's got Dante's Inferno, it's got Divinity 2, the GameStop edition, Singularity, Viking. $50, $8 shipping, which for shipping these days is pretty reasonable. Most people are charging more than that. Sorcerer's Wrath, some scratches on the disc. For $25? Then the PS3 version is like $200 right now. Why do I feel like that's really underpriced? Is Asura's Wrath really that cheap on 360 right now? Unless they're marking this low because of the disc. There's a link to the seller. God, what a steal. Like, why would you spend $200 on the PS3 version when you can just get it on 360? Let me see. I could swear the 360 one's going for more than $25 right now. Almost all the copies are sold out. They're scooped up pretty much. Okay, like it's gonna be a race to who buys that, because there's literally no copies for sale. Oh right, it's incognito. They don't let me see sold listings. How dumb. Why? Wait, they never made me sign in before to see sold listings. Are you serious? That's so dumb. But yeah, there are no US copies of Asura's Wrath on 360 except for literally that copy. So I think that's going to sell almost immediately. And it's sold. You're welcome. I think they were looking at price charting prices for that or something and didn't look at like recent prices. Well, this is a like I looked up newly listed lot, right? So like we technically, this was the first listing for buy it for lot. So technically it was just listed somewhat. Just that they listed that beforehand. Did I ever buy Action 52 on Genesis? I currently have no plans to pick that up. Can somebody for eBay has never asked me to sign in before in incognito mode to see sold listings. Can one of you just see what? Because now I'm interested in what a Swords Wrath is selling for on 360, considering how expensive PS3 version is. What's a good action RPG for PS1 and Saturn? Well, Saturn, you want to play Virtual Highlight for an action RPG. PS1? What's the name of that? You have all regions or just the US ones? Yeah, Dragon Valor was alright. I remember really liking what I played of that. There's not too many action RPGs on PS1 though. I don't like Alundra, it's too much puzzles, that's why I don't recommend that one personally. Parasite Eve, yeah, it's been creeping up in price gradually over time. 45 to 65 for Swords Wrath, yeah, so someone here just got a really good snag on that. As soon as I saw $25, I'm like, that can't be right. And here's the thing, because the PS3 version of Asura's Wrath is so expensive, that's residually going to cause the 360 version to go up, because anybody that wants to play Asura's Wrath, they're going to be like, oh, I'll buy the PS3 version. They're going to be like, $200, what the hell? Then they're going to be like, alright, I guess I got it on 360 because it's so much cheaper, and then when enough people do that, it's going to cause the price to go up on 360. How do I know that's going to happen? Because it happens to other games. One of the best examples was Outrun Coast to Coast. It got very expensive on the original Xbox, and the PS2 version was really cheap, and that caused the PS2 version to go up because the Xbox version got so expensive that the PS2 version went up right after. Gradually it went up because the other, no one could buy the Xbox version. That also happened to Automodelista. The the GameCube version of Automodelista got so pricey that it actually caused the PS2 version to go up because nobody wanted to pay the prices for the GameCube version. $91 Wii games, where 90 of those 91 games are shovelware. Oh, it already sold with the best offer. Okay, let's see what they got. We don't know what the offer is, but we'll just have to assume it was probably a couple $100 lower. Okay, Curse Mountain, obscure. Actually, not a terrible Wii lot. Pretty good Wii lot. I definitely would have linked it. Shattered Memories in there, which is about $80 to $100. Somebody has 130 point they could check what this sold for, but I'm not going to go through that trouble. Let's just assume that the offer that was accepted was, let's say they got lucky and got it for $600. That feels like, maybe $600 or $700. 91 games, so yeah, I mean, I think they actually got they probably got a pretty good deal on this. The fact that it has Shattered Memories in there is pretty wild. We finally found a good Wii lot, but it sells right before we check it. 30 cents. 30 cents with a dime, a nickel, and 2 pennies. Thanks, 30. Have I started to read Lord of the Rings yet? Yes. Yeah, I did. I was actually reading it at the beach. Because I said, I'm like, the first time I read this, I want to start reading it outside, or anytime I read it, I'm going to read it outside. So I brought it to the beach, and it's still got sand in the book. Like, so years later, I'm going to be flipping through here, and some sand's going to fall out, and I'm going to be like, oh, right, that's the time I read the first couple chapters at the beach. It's a good addition to the book right here. Yeah, it's a really good copy. It stays open. What I like about it is, even though the book is so thick, right? Like, even if you only open up a little bit of the book, it stays open. Like, come on, look at that. You know how most books would, like, flap closed? That's what I love about it. And it's not hardcover. So the binding is really good. Is Asura's Wrath worth the money? It is definitely worth the money that it goes for on 360. PS3, I'd hold off on the PS3 version. Hello, Donkey Kong. Select your game. Boy, do I hate these listings. If I were reading Silmarillion these days, or Silmarillion, sorry. Of course I'm going to say Silmarillion because, I mean, Silmarillion was coming to my streams for like a decade, so I'm so used to saying that. But if I were to read that now, I would, I'd probably do like read a chapter and then like ask AI to help summarize what the hell I just read kind of thing to like reinforce what I think I just read. Because that, yeah, it's not an easy read. SpongeBob lot. Who said there aren't deals to be found on eBay anymore? Look at that. Oh, thanks, Birch. Thank you for becoming a member. Which reminds me, speaking of which, I started the stream a little later tonight because I was literally recording a video for members right before I went live. It's sort of just like a rough draft, just because I wanted to get it out there kind of thing, where, you know, eventually a more refined version will come down the line where I talk about PS3 games, like specific PS3 games, and my opinion on what's going to happen to them price-wise. But I put up a member video just before I went live, just kind of running through the, like, essentially every, you know, I go through price charting and I just go down the list, most expensive, and go down and kind of just give my opinions on certain games, what I think is going to happen. Is it one that you need to buy right now? Is it one you can wait on? Is it one that the price will definitely come down? Is it one that I don't think the price will come down on? And then some of the, like, the ones that are, I think, under the radar. So that's what the video is. So if you're a member, you can check it out. If you're not, I'm sure eventually I'll make a more refined version of that at some point. Post the link. Oh, I can't actually copy. Interesting. Can't copy and paste a link on YouTube. I gotta click it and then copy the link. Is Asura's Wrath available digitally? Well, you know people in their physical games. Asura's Wrath had some controversy, but because it sells like the actual true ending to the game as DLC, which I bought on 360, so I don't gotta worry about it. $32 PS3 games. I'm sure it's gonna be loaded with a bunch of lovely games. Let's see. The only thing that... Oh, they're all like fake cases. That's on the left side. Right side, Sonic Unleashed. And that's about it. Tenchu Z, when the 360 apocalypse was happening, was like, I was shooting up to, I think, $70. Look at what you can get now for 30. Tenchu Z with the outfit and Burnout Revenge. Man, I miss Burnout Revenge. It's actually not, like, you figure $10 a game. Maybe a little bit more for Tenchu, so I figure like maybe 15 or 20 for Tenchu, and then outfit and Burnout, kind of clean up the rest. Reasonable price, reasonable. It's another pretty cool 3DS slot right there with Shinobi in it. I'll put the seller's link. Silent Hill HD Collection PS3 Horror Lot for $55. I'm not sure what Silent Hill HD Collection is going for, but as bad as it is, it's still got some value, right? Walking Dead, Survival Instinct, Evil Within. Let me double check on HD Collection. Oh, did they reprint it? How long ago did they reprint it? Oh, okay. I guess, yeah, it definitely was reprinted. Deal Tavern has it? Oh, no wonder it's so cheap. Once they have it, boy, forget about it. 25 sealed. And there you go. Looks like Matt picked up those 360 games. There you go, Matt. It was a good deal. Yeah, I got a few games bookmarked from Deal Tavern that are still, like, I bookmarked them, like, over a year, like, maybe 2 years ago at this point, and the games are still in stock. They have so many when they get games on that store. Some PS2 stuff. Yeah, people complain about the fog all the time in Silent Hill HD. Music is wrong, textures are wrong, gray smear over everything runs worse than the PS2 game. Yeah, I think that's what I've heard about it. I was warned heavily against playing that back in the day when I was starting to stream Silent Hill games. Yeah, Deal Tavern seems like a really fascinating business. Like, how do they go about getting pallets of games like that? Oh, by the way, because I just scrolled past the Star Ocean game, so it reminded me. I looked at the long play for Integrity and Faithlessness, and I'm pretty close to the end of that game, so I do believe the next time I stream Integrity and Faithlessness, I will be beating it. So for those of you that want to be there for the end of that game, I'm pretty certain that the next stream will be the end. Unless I have to grind or something, who knows. But I'm pretty close. $99 360 games for $1,000. Okay. Let's see what we got. Spider-Man. What is that? Web of Shadows? Dinosaurs Gundam 2, Resonance of Fate. Okay. See if it can keep up that strong start. Spec Ops The Line. There's a lot of filler in here. A lot of filler. X-Men Origins Wolverine. Yeah, I'm not seeing $1,000 here. They sprinkled in some good stuff, but it's just not quite $1,000 worth. Good shipping though, 20 bucks for that. $70 video games. One too many. This is a bro lot if I've ever seen one. I don't think the YouTube crowd is familiar with what like bro lot means, so it's slang that we use here to describe. The best way to put it is, you see these games right here, right? Call of Duty, Battlefield, Fallout, Spider-Man, Doom, NBA, Madden. This is like the perfect example. It's the kind of thing where if you had an older brother and you went into your older brother's room and like was snooping through his game collection, this is exactly what you would see on the shelf. This is what your older brother would own. So that's why we call it a bro lot. Or literally like your bro, right? Your bro best friend. You go over to play some games. You're like, alright, where's all the cool Japanese anime RPGs? It's just all shooting games, all sports. Ball games and shooting games. Yeah, ball and gun gamers, yep. And ball and gun gamers are the ones to blame as to why we're going digital only, by the way. At least one of the main reasons. Damn bastards. They're the ones that don't care if they buy a game digital, because it's the only game they play all freaking year. So shoutouts to the ball and gun bro gamers. Sniper Elite lot. I still haven't played a Sniper Elite game. I feel like I'd really like it though. Dragon Age lot. I'm sure I'll play Origins on stream at some point. I really don't recall what the hell I played that game back in the day. $50 for a Golden Best with a memory card. Huge Xbox slot, 50 games. That is really hard to read. Yet again, a bro lot. So much bro lots tonight. You see, they don't really venture outside their comfort zone at all. It's just the same stuff. $44 Wii games. Average price of $2 a game. What could possibly go wrong? See, now this is your typical looking Wii lot. That other Wii lot was pretty damn good. Too bad we didn't find it before it got sold. It's not even worth clicking on. Like, just having clicked on that Wii lot, and like, what are you really going to get for $2 a game for 360, right? It's going to be all garbage. You can tell when a seller knows like exactly what they have, right? So you ain't getting any deals here. Darkness is a cool game. Yep. That'll make a return one of these Octobers. I'll stream it again at some point. Well, I say again, I don't think I streamed that game back in the day, or did I? Was I streaming Darkness back then? That was so long ago. I may have. Actually, I think I was, because I remember trying to stream the multiplayer. That's so long ago. Would have been on Justin TV. There's some okay games in here, and also don't underestimate the Bratz games. This Bratz game right up here, that's like a $20 to $30 game, by the way. Girls Rock. Those Bratz games are more expensive than you think. But they want $350 for this. That's... If it was $100, I'd hesitate linking it. Oh yeah, I forgot about that Gundam game. That Gundam game did look really good. What was the name of it again? It definitely went back to like a slower style of Gundam. I don't have Pink Panther on PS1 yet, no. It's rare, but it's not really a high priority PS1 game for me. Yeah, I used to get a lot of games I didn't want through lots. I definitely regret selling all the PS2 stuff I did, though. Because I used to get a lot of PS2 lots, and I'd get a lot of PS2 games where I'm like, yeah, I don't need this game. So I'd sell it at, like, conventions that I went to over the years, and I definitely regret that, because I definitely sold a lot of games that I would love to have right now. Flipping on eBay as a career? I don't know, that seems... It's more work than you... It doesn't seem like a very luxurious thing to do, to say the least. It seems pretty stressful, honestly. It's a lot of work. The amount of stuff you'd have to list, ship, and I don't just... I think it's better as like a little side hustle, not a full-time thing. I think if you're selling stuff on eBay on the side, that's more fun, but like if you're depending on that, I don't think I'd want to do that. Huh, that's a pretty good lot, minus the iPad game. Unfortunately, though, Aya Judgment kind of is dead weight. Because you can't really do much with Aya Judgment these days. Especially if you don't have all the other stuff. But Sorcery is a pretty interesting Move exclusive. I've played that a long time ago when it came out. Eco Shadow the Colossus Collection, that's like $20 these days. It has gone up in price. But I just got excited when I saw Aya Judgment. I kind of forgot. That you can't do much with just a copy of that game. Oh, thanks, Blizzard. Do I still go out to conventions? Or do I do meet and greets? Or are you a homebody? Aside from the gym and walks. I mean, I don't think somebody can be a homebody if you're going on walks and going to the gym. I think that's like the opposite of a homebody. But conventions, I mean, meet and greets, no. I wouldn't even, I don't know, I find that kind of... I'd rather people meet and greet me in person in the convention, like, just out and about kind of thing, you know? It's a bit more personal. I don't like that whole... I've done them in the past when we used to do, like, Old Gen Gamers episodes at conventions and stuff. I just don't prefer that method of meeting people, right? Like, I'd rather just like converse with people naturally out on the show floor kind of thing. Lord of the Rings, Mercenaries, Apex, Indigo, Reddick, Blood Rain. That's a pretty solid Xbox lot. A little more than $10 a game. It's free shipping. Like what the hell? That's pretty good. All really decent games. I can't really speak for Apex though. Yeah, it was a while ago, wasn't it? Switch Addiction. Hello, Cole. Oh, they're the ones with that PS3 lot. They have some okay lots. Some are better than others, though. I think their standout lot is that Xbox lot. But thanks, Blizzard, I appreciate it. Yeah, if I ever go to a convention that's like, you know, I'm just not very interested in flying across the country anymore at the moment, right? You know, like I like to stay more local kind of thing. But if I ever go somewhere, like you guys will know about it. I'm okay with my complete PS2 collection, including greatest hits versions. If there's a Black Label version, then I will get the Black Label version instead. I would not accept a greatest hits in place of the Black Label. I appreciate it, Switch. I'm glad that you got over that hurdle. Now I'm sure it comes nice and natural to you, right? What about Silent Hill 2 with extra content? Well, I already have that greatest hits version, so checked it off the box. Corey asking the real questions. Tifa or Aerith? 1,000,000% Tifa. Aerith for the cute personality, Aerith for everything else. Sorry, what did I say? Aerith for Tifa for everything else. They're both fine, but yeah, gotta have priorities. Yeah, and then Yuffie if you want to go to jail, right? You pick Yuffie if you want to go to prison. So we go with Tifa. Pat just outed himself. Yep, there it is. Jaws Unleashed. I feel like I always used to see that game. It had to have a pretty high print run. I played that game a long time ago. I remember it was pretty fun for a little bit. Jessie. Yeah, Jessie. Well, I actually really like what they did with Jessie in the remake. She was one of the coolest characters in that game. Her scene was... That was way more emotional than I was expecting for a like practically no-name character from the original. Darn, if the shipping was cheaper on this would have been a good lot. Mr. Big with the lozenges resub. Thanks, Mr. Big. Appreciate the 21 months. You're enjoying Sonic Mania on PS4? Is it worth also trying Origins and Superstars? I can't speak to Origins, I still haven't played it. I boycotted that game when it first came out because I was so disgusted with the price and like the DLC that they were charging for. I thought it was ridiculous that they were charging. What was it, like charging money for a different title screen or something? Like, no, I couldn't support that. But now that the game is like dirt cheap in a bargain bin, right? Like, that's different. Once again, the ability to have the option to buy that game physically for really cheap is nice instead of having to pay the digital price for that. Just throwing it out there. Superstars, I'd say definitely worth it at this point because the game is so cheap. Once again, a physical copy is really cheap. My biggest problem with Superstars was that it didn't feel like a $60 game. It was very disappointing as a day one $60 game, but if you can get that game for $28 or under, it's really, it's worth playing. And the online sucks, don't even bother with it. It's probably completely dead at this point. Does the shipping cost matter if the total is the same in the end? What do you mean by that? Tried Whatnot for the free $25. Get out while you can. Yeah, get out of Whatnot while you can. I have not played that Sonic Apple Arcade game yet, no. I've heard it's good, but I'm kind of just waiting to see if they port it to consoles at this point. According to CLZ Game App, all game prices are going up. Do they have to go continue to rise, or is it just a FOMO spike due to Sony's recent... So when you say all games, you mean like literally all consoles? Or do you mean like mostly the PlayStation stuff? I do, yeah. I bought quite a few sealed games that come in the mail, like from Amazon or something, and a disc comes loose inside. But thankfully, the discs are pretty resilient and they're not scratched. All games. I can see it being in effect at the moment. A little bit of hype, like, because right now there's a lot of attention placed on retro games in general because a lot of people are like, screw it, I'm done with modern games going forward because of this digital only stuff. I'm just gonna go even heavier into retro. So I think that's sort of a modern sentiment. Personally, I haven't seen, outside of the PlayStation 3 games, I haven't seen too many games where I look at it and I'm like, wow, look at the price, gone up so much on that. I haven't seen too much spill over into other platforms yet. But if your app that you're using is saying that, in general things are going up, I can see it having a general price increase, just because I think right now a lot of people are just like, you know what, it's time to get back into retro, given the news. And like I mentioned in my video where I talk about this, I mean, the video that I put out recently essentially answers your question for the future. I do think it'll be a very gradual increasing demand for retro games. Especially like once it sets in that we are really in a digital only future for the most part, it's going to get even worse. There's no flip that's going to be switched, like on off, like, okay, here today everything retro blows up in price. It's going to be a very gradual thing, right? Because the idea of the PS3 store going down and the PS6 coming out digital only, that's not such a drastic, like, yes, it's drastic, but it's not like, okay, suddenly now that the PS6 is here, everything Nintendo is going to go up, everything Sega is going to go, like, it will go up, but it's not going to be like what happened when the PS3 store announcement is shutting down, where PS3 games like tripled, quadruple in price. It's going to happen. It's just going to take years, gradually, right? Will the PS6 coming out and probably the Xbox Helix thing with digital only, will that affect retro prices like Baten Kaitos and Final Fantasy Chronicles? In the long term, it'll affect everything. Some things more noticeable than others. Because like I said in that video, if even only a few hundred or like 500,000 people, I think it's reasonable to say like, yeah, maybe 500,000 people in the world abandon modern games going forward, and they're like, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna get back into collecting retro. I'd say it's pretty reasonable that that's like, over the next few years, that many people may come into the fold for retro, or get back into it, right? Maybe they were into it in the past and they stopped because they were buying modern games as well. But if they're done buying modern, their money is going to go into retro. So of course prices will go up when people are putting more money into retro games, if they're not buying modern anymore. At least that's my opinion on it. Sony putting a I don't think they're going to be putting a PS3 emulator on the PS6. But even if they did an emulator where like you could play any PS3 game on your PS6, I don't think that matters. People, I mean, the greatest example is the Switch, right? Look at how many expensive Nintendo games you can play with a Switch 2, with that subscription service, and it's super cheap to subscribe to it. People still don't care, the games are still expensive. Now, there are some instances where something may come down in price a little bit, but all that stuff is still pricey, everything that's released on that service. Because all that's temporary. Have I tried Final Fantasy Crystal Bears? I tried it back in the day. I did not. I couldn't get into it. Could not get into anything Crystal Chronicles. Actually, I take that back. I kind of liked one of the ones on DS for a little bit. Forget which one I preferred over the other. Because I played them when they came out with the online multiplayer and everything, so it was kind of neat. Decent lot, too expensive. Well, right now I'm extremely mad at PlayStation. Right, like I am. Every day I get on X and I just like read updates and I read their stupid posts and how they're just completely. Like when they first come out with the news about there being no physical discs, I was like, oh my, like obviously that is terrible. But there was still like at that moment, I'm like, you know, maybe there's still a small chance that the PS6 would still be worth it, like the games they come out with. But as time has gone on, like I'm really pissed at how they're treating their loyal customers. The thing that really gets me is the fact that they just completely ignore everybody. Instead of coming out with like a second statement or just like literally anything, it's just like they act like nothing is even going on, and that's what I think gets me and a lot of people really mad. It's just how they're treating their longtime loyal player base. And if they continue to do that, boy, listen, I can put my foot down and not support certain things if I don't want to support it because of like one thing they did, right? There's a reason I don't buy anything limited run games. Right? And if I can boycott limited run games, I can boycott PlayStation, no problem. Because limited run games seems like it would be the perfect fit for someone like me, right? But no, I can, if I don't agree with certain things, I don't buy it. Now, will it hurt if the PS6 comes out and there's like some insane launch game that I've been really looking forward to? Of course, that'll be tough. But these days, a lot of games aren't even exclusive anymore. So a lot of those games may eventually come to other consoles. They may come to PC. It's like, and if it's digital only on PS6, so what? I mean, at that point, just get it on the damn PC and don't support PlayStation. That's the way I look at it. Make them pay for what they're doing to the market. Yeah, I probably would still be in that sort of like, if PlayStation handled this a little bit better and just treated people with a little more dignity, I'd probably still be like, you know what? Like, there's still a small chance, a decent chance that maybe I get the PS6 because I still love playing the games. But man, they make me madder and madder every day. So you don't want to keep making me mad every day, because that ain't gonna go well. $100 bidding, 220 buy it now. Oh, it's got that driving emotion type S racing game from Squaresoft. Or were they Square Enix at this point? I think they were still Squaresoft. No, Square Enix. Interesting lot. Potentially worth throwing a bid on, but not buy it now. Oh yeah, they were Squaresoft, look at that. 17 games. So it'd be like $5 a game. Some of the sports games kind of bring down that, like, temptation, but... Yeah, so the most recent news is that they've put, like, a gag on employees' mouths. So, like, pretty much anybody that works for PlayStation or Sony or, like, even third-party publishers that work with them, they've apparently told them to not say anything. Like, you cannot speak your opinion on what is happening right now. So, it's just ridiculous. They gave them, like, really strict guidelines on what they can and cannot say on social media regarding, you know, everything that's going on. Huh, is this maybe a pretty good price? Didn't the Umbrella Chronicles games on Wii go up in price? I know the second one really went up, but I'm not too sure about the original. Check that. Right, so if they launch with like Knack 3, yeah, that's gonna sting a little bit, because who wouldn't want to play Knack 3? Or they launch with Ridge Racer 8, like, yeah, that stuff is gonna sting. But it's like, you know, if you want to, you know, make sure that you're heard and your protest is heard, that you don't agree with what's going on, you just really have to stand by your values. And I've done it plenty of times with other games. There's a lot of games that I have not bought and streamed for various reasons, because I don't agree with certain things, or maybe they censored the game. Like I won't buy it, I won't play it, I won't stream it. So I'm completely ready to not get the PS6. $30. The manual $25. $30 shipped, about $10 for the other games. That's about, yeah, it's not much of a deal. Oh wow, this has got to be rare. What the heck? I've never seen that. Bonus double pack? I guess you would have had to buy it new to... So you're literally paying for this piece of cardboard that holds both games together. Video game in the back. It's riding shotgun. Literally. Because it's a Resident Evil game. Oh, I don't care if other people buy limited run. You gotta do what you gotta do. I have my reasons for not supporting limited run. There's multiple reasons. I don't like talking about it. I don't like getting too into it. I've just got my reasons. The only way I'd start buying limited run again is if they completely gutted the leadership of that company with completely new employees that have nothing to do with things that have been done in the past. And then I would support them. Maybe. But if you haven't watched some of those really big documentaries on limited run games on YouTube, you should definitely check them out. Searching limited run games drama on YouTube will certainly give you some interesting stuff. The Resident Evil movie might actually be good since they focus on the world instead of characters. Oh, is that the director that's doing it? The director of Weapons and Barbarian? Yeah, I enjoyed those movies. When is that supposed to come out? What's the release date for that? September 17th. Man, that movie not coming out in October is just like, what the hell? But whatever. I guess it kind of avoids the October rush. Alright, let's change up the search. Let's do rare. Do I ever get Player's Choice or Greatest Hits or Platinum Hits games? I'm not super opposed to them. I've come to appreciate them more over the years. If anything, sometimes I even go out of my way to get... I prefer Greatest Hits for PlayStation brand. Like PS1 and PS2 especially. Sometimes I actually go out of my way to get those versions. Especially PS1. But if it's something like just a little yellow banner or something like what Nintendo does with their stuff, like... Yeah, I'm usually not going out of my way to get those. Depends on the console. Depends what my goals are with the console. PlayStation 1 and 2, especially PlayStation 1, I tend to actually purposely go for variants. Like, my favorite thing on PS1 to collect are jewel case variants. Splatterhouse up to almost $200. Well, hopefully people heeded my warning all these years that I've been just completely glazing that game ever since I streamed it. You had your chance. I'm not a fan of day one edition stuff. Where's my box for... Where the hell is it? Yeah, like this kind of stuff. This one's not too bad, but some of them are really bad. Check this. Day one edition. Just like completely unnecessary. I can't stand that kind of stuff. At least this was from the time where we still got a decent amount of screenshots on the back of the box. Now, games, like, the real estate that they give you is, like, from here up for, like, one screenshot and maybe a blur. Some games don't even give you a screenshot. I'm looking forward to playing Halloween, the game. I haven't really looked into it too much, so, you know, if I play it, I'll be pretty surprised, hopefully. Yeah, there's never any differences. Usually, well, maybe they give you like a little DLC thing or something, but yeah, usually they're pretty meaningless. What is this crap we're getting flooded with here? Huh. Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly Remake Series X version, 150. Alright, we need to investigate this. Fatal Frame 2 Series X. Wow. Yeah, people want about at least $200 for that. It's like we got a new contender for one of the most expensive Series X games. So what's the story with that? When did that come out? What's the release? 2026. Wait, when did it come out? This year? Like what month? Wow, what? I can't believe that they're asking me to sign in on incognito. Hold on. They never used to do this. It's supposed to be this must be something new with eBay. Pain in the ass. I was able to check sold without being signed in. But you know, we need to look at sold sometimes. Use your device to sign in? No. Please don't ask me to sign in with a phone number right now. Thanks, Ham. Thank you very much for the almost 5-year resub. Appreciate it very much. March 12th. Huh. So I guess I had a very... See, that's what I've been talking about, and that's what I talk about when I like make videos about what's going to happen to Series X collecting. Games that come out on Series X now are just so low print run. Look at that, $200. They are so low print run. Oh my god, this person... Look at this. 1 day later, it goes for 40 and then 200. What in the world? Why did this person sell it for only 40 bucks? They must have slipped up on that. Everyone that's sold has been over $200. So yeah, Series X collecting, especially in this... Whatever games come out on Series X in the next year or two, the print run is absolutely smaller than PS5. I'd say if you're the kind of person where you don't care where you get your physical game, like if you have a PS5 and a Series X, you have both and you don't care what version you get, if a game that is coming out, especially if it's some kind of horror game, RPG, like that kind of stuff, just get it on Series X, because I guarantee you that there is a much better chance that that game will be worth way more in the future if, you know, you want to be able to sell your game in the future or something. Because the print runs they are way smaller on Xbox compared to PlayStation. No, I didn't even know that the Avengers tickets went live. I'm not into Marvel or Avengers stuff enough to really secure the tickets like that as soon as they go up. I'm good with like waiting until if I go to see it. I haven't been in the Marvel stuff since the last Avengers movies. So I'll probably wait for word on the street to see what this new one's like before I even consider it. What's this gummy crap? You can't even Sprite. I'd have to filter Sprite. I was gonna say, I'm like looking for a keyword that would let me filter that. When I say low print run, I'm only talking about US copies. I have no idea about like PAL copies. I don't pay attention to that stuff. Wow, they did a physical copy for Glaylancer and Gynog. But here's the funny thing, right? Like, digitally, these games go on sale for a couple bucks. So, in a way, it's pretty funny, right? Because once... Like, if this physical copy didn't exist from Limited Run, there would be no reason for them to ever, like, make those games go on sale again in the future. Unless they wanted to try and increase sales. It's like, I appreciate what Limited Run does sometimes, but man, they put out some garbage. Some stuff that definitely, like, no business getting released like that. Puppeteer. Yeah, just be patient with Puppeteer. If you missed out on getting it again, you're gonna have to wait about 3 years. What is it going for on PS5? Yeah, we can check. $50. See, I'm telling you. Series X gets such a low print run. The print run on Series X has to be like... It's got to be like 10,000 copies or under that probably. I mean, for it to be already going for $200, it had to be so incredibly low. Probably whatever the minimum amount you're allowed to print is what they printed for that. Okay, maybe not that low, but pretty close to it. Think some bombs. If you were to stream a Genesis or Super Nintendo game in the near future, what game would you play? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Genesis. I'm trying to think if there's a game that I've been like dying to play for a while on there that I haven't yet. Trying to go through some of them in my mind. I can't, like, they're just out of my view here. Probably Phantasy Star 4. I never did a proper playthrough of that. Or Phantasy Star 3 on Genesis. For Super Nintendo, I'd love to play the original Harvest Moon. Trying to think if there's anything else on Super Nintendo. 3 is so bad. Oh, I love the music. The battle music in 3 is just like so bad it's good. I love it. I love how the music is in that game. Wow, they had a sequel to Dragon Lore. Interesting. The first game was on 3DO. I guess they came out with a sequel on PC. Dragon Lore was my first 3DO game. eBay allows the guy game to be sold again. I wasn't even aware that they didn't allow it. Yeah, I've been seeing copies of that like every eBay stream on here. I'm pretty sure the people that say it's for environmental reasons are just trolling. I don't think anybody's actually serious with that. Is Balan Wonderworld gonna have its time to shine? That game was fairly heavily printed, I think. And when a game gets backlash that hard, it's really hard for it to recover price-wise. Like, it'll probably take 10 or 20 years before you see any movement in the price of Balan Wonderworld. Whoa, what the hell? Super rare Korean Final Fantasy X International PS2 Foil Edition? Excuse me? Damn, that's crazy looking. I don't think I've ever seen that foil box. That looks so cool. Damn, could you imagine if that's what Final Fantasy X looked like when it came out here in a slipcover? That looks so good. Especially the Yuna back part. My air conditioner is doing Morse code again. Gollum, I truly believe in the future that game will see a fairly significant price increase. When I went to get my copy for that from GameStop, they got 2 copies in for PS5 and 1 for the Series X. You ain't about to tell me that game didn't have a low print run. Plus, it's Lord of the Rings. Right? Like, I really feel that game, instead of being worth $10, is going to be worth $12 if you give it enough time. No, but I don't think it'll be as cheap as it is now, like way into the future. Because it is pretty uncommon, judging by my small like sample size. And it's Lord of the Rings, and I think people were, I mean, they were rightfully harsh against that game when it came out. It had a lot of problems, but there's a lot of charm with that game too. I have not played any of the Tenchu games. So if you ever see me streaming Tenchu, can stop by and find out what I think. Ooh, the physical version of Ecstatica. I forget, did I ever upload my playthrough of this? I think I still gotta find it to upload it. This is a great horror game. This is like the grandfather of horror games, by the way. You wouldn't have Resident Evil without Ecstatica, just so you guys know. Look at that artwork. What an amazing game this was. Very, very early survival horror. Golem on PS4 might be rarer than PS5. It's possible, yeah. Potentially. But the PS5 version would probably still be more expensive because most of the time people do not want older generation versions of games. They always want the most recent version, even if it is more rare. Well, I'm pretty sure Alone in the Dark was inspired, if I remember right, by Ecstatica. Like, Ecstatica is actually an extremely important game to the horror genre. Just not a lot of people are aware of it. Because it was PC only. Wait, is Galaxy 2 seriously going for $70? Alright, this freaking air conditioner right now. Oh my god. What is it doing? Let me see if I can silence it again. It's just like, it just starts doing Morse code out of nowhere. It's just non-stop beeping right now. I can turn off the beeping, but then eventually it goes back on again. That is my air conditioner. It's just been going insane the past couple days. It literally has a mind of its own right now, because it's controlled by Wi-Fi, and something's wrong with it. It just keeps beeping like randomly, like Morse code non-stop. Oh my god, it's the Devil Inside physical. They got all the awesome horror. Oh, it's a Korean box of the Devil Inside? What in the hell? This has got to be so rare. They're putting all the awesome horror games that I was like streaming in the last year or two on here. This game was crazy. This was one of the a Korean version, that's so wild. This was one of the highlights of Horror Month last year. This game was crazy. Another very early survival horror. Well, not very early, but a very primitive survival horror game on PC. That if you were there for my streams of that, boy, it is a miracle that I finished this game, because this game is so buggy. There were multiple instances where I seriously could not advance the game, and I had to like load an old save point to continue. It was crazy. Yeah, the soft lock with Devil Inside. Yeah, it was probably the same soft lock that I had. There were multiple instances of potential soft. Do you remember where you got soft lock with Devil Inside? Was it up in an attic? Were you like up in an attic where you couldn't progress? Because that was the one that I got. I had to load an old save to fix it. You're supposed to find a key in the basement. Man, I have a hard time remembering that far. But I don't doubt it. There are a lot of soft lock moments in that game. It's a shame, though, because that game, it is definitely worth seeing through to the end. Let's do one more page of rare. Then we'll do affiliate. Pokey Face? Change the name a little bit? Appreciate it. Thank you for the Thank you for the super chat. What factory sealed games do you recommend collecting for investment purposes? You don't care about sealed stuff, but you just want my opinion. Ooh, man, that's tough. I'm not very good with sealed investing. It's not really my thing. Obviously, like older, like really old sealed stuff, like Super Nintendo and like that's far gone. You're not going to be able to. I mean, unless you got the money to be investing in that kind of stuff, but that's pretty rough. At this point, I'd say you'd want to look at more under the radar PS2 stuff that had a lot of like reprints that are still available for decent prices right now, like stuff on Deal Tavern, right? So if you're really serious about it, you'd want to research the games that you feel are like a cult hit, and maybe pick up a few sealed copies from Deal Tavern, and you're gonna have to sit on them for 5 or 10 years at least, because you got to wait for Deal Tavern to sell out. Once Deal Tavern sells out, then the prices go up. Deal Tavern used to have Lupin the Third, I believe, on PS2 sealed, and when they sold out of that, then the price immediately went up. Deal Tavern almost dictates the market on certain games, because when Deal Tavern has a game in stock, they really keep the price down because they have so many copies in stock. It's like, why would you ever buy from someone else used? Whatever their sealed price is, the used copies can't go above that. But once they sell out of a game sealed, that's it. The market can go wild again. Right, so I'm not saying to start investing in Mad Maestro sealed copies on PS2. That game's so common, printed to the ground. But I'd say keep an eye on PS2 stuff, because you could still get some sealed PS2 stuff pretty darn cheap. But you gotta play a crazy waiting game with that. Other than that, modern stuff, I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Like, modern sealed is just... You're probably talking like 20 years out. Damn, this would have been an awesome store display if it wasn't $300. I love these little itsy bitsy kind of store displays. Have I played Ys games? The last one I played was Ys 7. I haven't played anything more recent than that. But I used to be very into like the PSP ones, Oath and Felghana and all that kind of stuff. But I haven't played a terrible amount of them. Modern limited print seems like the obvious answer. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're really looking to get into it, those limited release, like from Limited Run and all those other kind of like similar companies where they release only a couple thousand of a game, that is definitely the way to go. But the one thing you got to remember is there are a lot of people that pretty much do the exact same thing with those companies. Most people treat those companies as just like buying games to hold them as an investment. So you're going to have a lot more competition in that regard. Godzilla, $300 on PS4. I don't know. I feel like time is running out on this game. I really do. I feel like when when people really start to panic with the digital storefronts shutting down, but I do think this game is going to go insane. It's still somewhat stable. I say that as though the price hasn't almost like doubled in the last couple of years, but because it used to be about $200 a year or two ago. I own it. I bought this game day one. I was one of the only people on the internet defending and like telling people how awesome this game was. I made a video day one buying this game and talking about it. I loved it. I didn't care what the reviews said. I think it's the best Godzilla game. Not a lot of people would agree with me on that, but it is my favorite. Damn, someone's got some insane Kirby merch, standees and stuff. What the reviews say about it? It was like one of the worst rated PS4 games at the time. It was like in the 30s, I think, on Metacritic, or 40s at the time. The single player is a little rough because the main gimmick is like destroying generators. But Other than that, it's a very fun simulator kind of Godzilla game. The speed of battle in that game is the closest I've ever played to feeling like I'm actually playing one of the movies. However, I will warn you, it is only for hardcore Godzilla fans. If you're not really into Godzilla, I do not recommend that you spend the money on it. That game is only for like the crazy Godzilla fans. Did I play The Order? Not yet. It's one that I'm definitely like considering. Probably not in October. I don't think it's horror adjacent enough for an October stream, but like maybe, you know, leading up to October one of these years. Did I watch AVGN back in the day? Yeah, like everybody. I mean, if you were on YouTube back in the day, you watched some of his videos for sure. But did I watch every single episode he ever put out? No. But, you know, I'd watch them here and there. No, I don't rapid fire. You figured out your text number and can finally chat on Twitch again. Well, there you go. Welcome back, Nick Garber. I played Godzilla and Turbo City. Yeah, the fighting game. Yeah, it's a pretty fun one. This game is very hard to find with the manual. Hit the ice. I might as well throw it out here one more time since we're probably like at peak time that most people are on here. Just a reminder, if you are a member on my YouTube channel, I just literally uploaded a video right before I went live, so it's possible that you may miss it. So you can bookmark it to watch later, whatever the hell you want to do. But if you're a member of the channel, I did upload a video going over a bunch of PS3 games and my opinions on what may happen to them price-wise. Stuff that you may need to buy like right now, or you can wait, or, you know, just kind of like, it's just a rough draft video. It's nothing crazy, right? I'm just going through price charting. Eventually there'll be a more proper version of that video down the line. I just don't know when that'll be. So the members get kind of like an early version of it. All right, let's do one more page here, and then we'll do affiliate. Wow, the Punisher is getting up there. That game's taken off. What other countries? I haven't played Elemental Gearbolt yet. Not yet. Hoop Slinger for $7,000. Yeah. Just another day on eBay. I still need to play this game. Mark and Forest. I don't think, did they ever release that in the US physically? This is one of those RPGs where it's a one-party member, like a turn-based RPG with one party member, which always look kind of unique. Game collecting pet peeves. Yeah, sun fading. I can't stand sun fading. And also when the slip of the game, like if it's a game in like a PS2 box or something, if the paper of the box has kind of like got worn in some way, we can see the white coming through. I also hate that. Also, I guess my biggest pet peeve is I really, like, it's less fun to collect for consoles that have uniform spines, meaning like Switch cases. Switch 2 cases. I really much prefer the US style of like every spine is unique and colorful with its own unique kind of look to it. Alright, let's do affiliate. If I can find what I did with the... There it is. Alright, so what we're going to be looking at here is my affiliate review. Every week we look at this list, which shows things that people bought with my eBay affiliate link. We take a look at what people bought and what they paid. Usually the people that bought these things are in the chat at the time we go over it. If you want your stuff to show up here and support me at the same time in the future, you just gotta... If you're on YouTube, every video and stream description, in the video description, will have a link to the affiliate. If you need international links, you got to go to my Linktree or on my Twitch page in the About section. I also have the international links for like Canada, UK, all that kind of stuff. And then you just click that. It'll immediately redirect you to ebay.com. Make sure that you do not bookmark that, because then you're just literally bookmarking ebay.com. You'd have to inspect the link and then bookmark that longer URL string if you were going to do it that way. Anyway, let's get started with a light holster for handguns. There we go. Someone's got an expensive video game collection they want to protect. Followed by Atelier, Liddy, and Sulu. I can't even keep track of how many Atelier games there are now. It's crazy. There's so many of them now. I used to keep up with them back in the day, not anymore. Donkey Kong Land 3 for the Game Boy, complete, $61. That's not bad for a complete Game Boy game, Donkey Kong. Alice Madness Returns for 360 for $35. Luckily I do have that, so when the time comes I don't gotta try and track that down. I've heard good things about it. Madness is yours, Amberg. Well, let me know what you think of the game when you play it. Anchor 7-in-1 charging station USB-C power strip for $40. Game Boy protective acrylic cases. Good. It's always good to have those for the cardboard boxes. The art books are back, and this time we've got HoloLive art book. Is that the only one? That might be the only one. We'll have to wait and see. We got a search for Animal Chin Bones Brigade. What in the hell? Tony Hawk. What the heck is this? $45 VHS. Oh, you have it digital? What the hell? It's in like Chinese. I don't even think that's Japanese. Man, this looks like some super obscure VHS release someone just tracked down. What in the world? Unless that is just super stylized font on the top. No, that definitely doesn't look like it's a stylized English. Who knows what the hell that is? That's a famous skate video that's young Tony Hawk in the middle. Oh, really? It's very famous. I mean, I guess I'm not that into Tony Hawk. Is this one of his, like, first ever appearances or something? So this is a movie? Yeah, it's a movie? Okay. So he started a movie. That's interesting. It's English writing. Is that really? Oh, yeah. I mean, A-N-I-M-A. I could see that. Animal Chin. Oh, I was looking for bones. I didn't see it was supposed to sell chin. Man, that is crazy stylized. That is some wild font. Of course, that's from '87, right? So it was a skate team. Well, the more you know. Bose Companion 2 Series multimedia speaker system for $200 sealed. Very nice. 100 NES manual insert bags. That's the first time I ever saw someone buy one of those. 100 Super Nintendo N64 Crystal Clear manual insert bags. Someone is really protecting their games. I'd love to see this person's collection, boy. It must be like pristine looking. And 100 box protectors for Game Boy Virtual Boy and Color Game Boy Advance. It's like 50 cents a protector. Mystery Dungeon Sure and the Wonder for the DS. What a great game. This is the game that got me into like real roguelikes. When this game came out, there was nothing else like it. I don't know how many of you remember when stuff like this was releasing. Like how rare true roguelike games were in the US. This was one of the absolute first that they ever took a chance on with us. Now, there were a few over the years, right? Like, there were one or two on the Genesis. There was, like, one on the Game Gear. There was Torneko on PS1, right? Like, Mystery Dungeon, Chocobo, stuff like that. But there were very few, very few. Right after Sure and the Wonder, or Mystery Dungeon Sure and the Wonder came out on DS, we definitely started getting more of this kind of roguelike. And when I say roguelike, I mean like rogue. Like old school, like real rogue style. You have these games to thank for what the heck we have now. I remember liking Mystery Dungeon. I just thought it was so insane, like playing a game where death meant like losing everything in an RPG. Yeah, this game meant way more here than you would think if you weren't around back when this came out. Probably sold like garbage, but it still was an important game. Yeah, there were other Sheeran games, but they never came out in the US. So they took a chance and ported that here, that's what I love about the DS. They took so many chances with games on there that should have never came out here. Somebody bought the Dread Out Remastered Collection for the Switch. Nice. I recommend that game here and there. I do enjoy Dread Out. Gunvolt Chronicles Luminous Avenger 9 Standard Edition. I don't think I played Gunvolt games. Columbus, Indiana, a look at modern architecture and art paperback. Just gotta love that randomly thrown in here. Baten Kaitos 1 and 2 HD Remaster. Yeah, we were talking about Baten Kaitos actually the last couple eBay streams, so it doesn't surprise me somebody bit the bullet on that one and pulled the switch and bought it. It's one that I have an interest in that at some point in the future. Yeah, I keep forgetting about the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. What was the one that came out on the Switch, I believe it was, that has like the claymation look to it or something, right? Isn't one of them like a crazy graphic style? That's the one I want to play. Rescue Team DX. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Is that still relatively cheap or is it expensive now? If I ever play Mystery Dungeon, Pokemon, it's going to be that one. I'll have to look into that. I wonder how much the Switch 2 helps it. Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 Collection on the Switch, brand new sealed. Wait, what? Let's see what the heck I just bought here. Both games, probably. Oh. Damn, I didn't even know that was a thing, gonna be honest. Didn't know they did that physically. Cool. $47. Seems like it's the cheapest one that most stores are selling. Horrible ports. You have this. Personally, I would probably just do, the Pixel remasters. Oh, it's the collection of the mobile versions. Oh, that's fascinating. What do you think of them, Echo? Have you tried them? I'm okay with that, honestly. Like because mobile games are so fragile, where like they can release and then within a year they're gone forever. So having a mobile version preserved physically, I'm all for it. I don't care if it's a bad version or not. Like I just think it's cool that they actually preserve the mobile versions. Azure Striker Gunvolt, ESRB for PS4, limited run games. Classics Illustrated Mark Twain, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Someone just like on here just buying the most random old school kind of books. Heart Gold Soul Silver Big Box DS Protective Case. Wait. Is it like a carrying case? They're bad, but it's the best way to play them. I guess if you're really curious about the mobile versions. Okay, so you get like super protective cases for Heart Gold. So somebody is really protecting their collection. Ad Infinitum. Wait, what the hell game is that? Sounds so familiar. What is this? The originals were portrait mode only with no controller support. So did they convert... Oh, this game. Did they convert them into landscape mode for the console release? That would be crazy if they made you play them handheld in portrait mode on Switch. This game goes on sale all the time, I think, on PSN. I don't know much about it. N64 cartridge protectors, custom made. Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn for the Wii. Wow. Almost $100 for that one. Killing Joke Night Times CD. Wait, Killing Joke Nighttime? Is this a rap CD? I don't think so. It doesn't sound like a rap CD. That is definitely not rap. No idea who that is. And that is it. I think we're gonna give purchase of the week to the person that literally just bought like tons of box protectors and ways to protect their games. They went out of their way. Or the person that bought that Tony Hawk movie. It was pretty fascinating to learn about. But anyway, thank you to everybody who used the affiliate link. Appreciate it. Killing Joke is the band name. I love the out of focus cover art. Alright, let's see. Let's do a little... I feel like we should do a little PS3 search and just kind of see what's popping up. $24 for Lightning Returns. That's actually a little higher than I would have thought. $4,000 for 152 games. That better be some crazy collection. Obviously, the game selection isn't terrible, but I don't know where they're getting $4,000 from. That is just wild. Significant portion probably coming from GameCube games. No, I mean, especially with the GameCube, it's a pretty good lot, but that is so overpriced. All 3 MotorStorm games. Probably right on market price, if I had to imagine, at the moment. I love my theme lots, though. I do love it when people theme their lots. That is for attention. Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's a strategy for sure. Where like if they're taking offers, just to grab your attention to get, you know, have you look at it. Because then they may, like, someone that sends a really lowball offer may feel like they're getting a deal, but really what the lowball offer they're sending is like market price practically because the listing is so high. You need that MotorStorm one. I could link it. I think the price is pretty fair if you need all 3 games. Where the heck is it? I gotta link the seller though, otherwise the link don't work. Controller lots? No. The only time I ever bought a controller lot was back in the day when I bought a ton of those Hori N64 controllers from Japan. Like in all the different colors because they were just so cheap. Pretty much I paid for the price that one controller would go for now, I paid for like 10 of them. It's crazy. $106 for Afro Samurai. That game went really expensive last time, but it did come back down. Dead Souls is one of the games I discussed in that video I mentioned. This one, I said I believe is like that's like a top 5 game that you got to be paying attention to right now. I don't believe the price on this one is going to dip much after all is said and done. I think if they don't re-release this game in some way, this is going to be one of the most expensive PS3 games. Is there any way to trust getting an actual PlayStation 2 controller these days? Yeah, I've heard some pretty bad things. Personally, when I had to buy a replacement, I bought it on eBay, and mine worked fine. I think the best way to go about it is you just gotta find like a random person, right? Just find somebody on eBay that isn't some kind of reseller, because the resellers, they don't got time to be testing all that stuff. You gotta buy from like your everyday Joe Blow that says in the description tested and working or something like that. Like, you gotta just trust that person more than the big stores, because that's what I did for mine. I just pretty much sorted it by lowest first. I picked up a white PS3 DualShock controller and it worked fine. Check sold. Figured I would just double check to make sure nothing was listed. Hello, vinyl. If you have a sealed copy of 3D Game Heroes, I'd say between now and the next year is the best time to sell it. Don't hold on to that for too long, because I guarantee you 3D Game Heroes a few years from now will be crashing in price. It's not going to be worth what it's worth right now, just like last time. You got to get in on that hype now if you're looking to sell it, or soon. Best time to sell it is probably like within a month or two of the PSN store closing down, if you're really looking to capitalize. $100 for Watchmen, the end is nigh. Pretty much the slogan of physical games right now. Wasn't this a download game? Was this one of the ones that was like a download game and then they released it with a movie or something? Includes the Blu-ray movie Endgame. Why it's so pricey. Ridge Racer 7 for $40. These are the times that we're living in right now. The same thing happened with Ridge Racer 6 when they first announced it was backwards compatible on Series X again, and then the price came way back down. Do not spend $40 in Ridge Racer 7, okay? Just everybody calm down. Thanks, Gabe. Thank you for that resub. $45 for Orange Box. That game's always kind of been teetering in the like $20 to $30 range for a bit. You bought a Folklore GameStop for $27 a few months ago. Yep. Yeah, I commented on what I thought about Folklore in the video I uploaded as well, but like just a tidbit on what I said about it was, it will come down in price, but I think 3D Game Heroes and Puppeteer will see the biggest crash in price, but I think Folklore is going to be the most resilient to falling in price again this time. I could actually see that one kind of seeing a fairly big price increase a few years from now because of this. 125. I never thought I'd live to see the day when you couldn't even get rid of these sealed Eye of Judgment bundles back in the day for like, they wouldn't even sell for $20. This was like dead stock. No one wanted it. Eye of Judgment's great and everything, but you just got to know that what you're buying here is a game that you're really not going to be able to play. Sadly, unless you're doing like local multiplayer, if it even supports that. There's no single player whatsoever to Eye of Judgment. There's a tutorial, and that is it. Genji, poor Genji. Genji can't take a break. The world could be ending, and like it's your last chance to play a PS3 game. Genji would still be $5. This poor game has never been expensive. You know it's bad. If Genji ever goes above like $20, you better start panicking. Dante's Inferno Divine Edition. Yeah, that's a not super common version to see. Thanks, Ken. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 52 months. It does support local multiplayer. Okay, so there's a little bit of a reason to get Judgment done. But if you're not doing local multiplayer, good luck. There's not much you can do. Other than be wowed by the gimmick. Chaotic for $17. Chaotic's coming back, by the way. I think at Comic-Con this week they're actually like showing off some of the card game is coming back, and then inevitably they're probably gonna like relaunch maybe like a new show or something. So for the two people out there that are watching this that know what Chaotic is, it's coming back the end of the year. So if you know Chaotic, it only took 15 years, but it's back. Look at that, Emberg. You got Alice for a good price on 360. This one here is $80 shipped for PS3. This Monsters and Memories closed for everyone but streamers. No, it's open to whoever. You just gotta know somebody. Like you have to be invited by somebody that's playing the beta or something like that. You can't just like openly join it. So I think you get put on a wait list to join it if you wanted to. I haven't played it since the last time I streamed it. I'm very casual with that game right now. I'm only playing it like once or twice a week at the moment. These are sealed copies of Spider-Man. Lord of the Rings Conquest. It's one to keep an eye on, but I feel like that's the kind of Lord of the Rings game, though, where it will come back down in price. It will. Hello, Chemdream. Oh, you... Wait, did any of you go to Comic-Con? Have you seen the Chaotic booth, or did you just look that up, Mike? Chaotic had a special oversized card at their booth. Oh, man. I can't wait to check YouTube and see, like, what they showed there. I'm curious, because a lot of the stuff they showed, like, it's still under wraps. We don't exactly know what it's going to look like yet. So somebody here bought from Canada $35 for Pacific Rift. plus $15 shipping. So that lot earlier that I posted for $70 is actually like not terrible. Is a Series X worth getting for backwards compatibility? That's like, in my opinion, the main reason that you'd buy it. Sealed with the soundtrack, Time and Eternity. Oh, the soundtrack is so good in Time and Eternity. Use a Kosir soundtrack. $65 for just the disc of Silent Hill Downpour. Drakengard 3 sealed for $135. Yeah, that one, I talked about that one in the video as well. I think that one's going to go kind of crazy. No manual, Folklore 125. Yeah, I don't. Some of these games you just gotta be patient with. You gotta be patient. Just one more. You had to sign up for their account to get the card. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's usually how they do things like that at Comic-Con, don't they? Mini Ninjas, great game. Get it on 360 though for the backwards compatibility. Still never played War in the North. One of these days I will. I look forward to that. What bothers me the most? Sun fading, tear on the back, on the cover or back, or missing the manual, or water damage. Oh, water damage would probably have to be the worst, I think. Yeah, water damage is pretty... That one's probably the worst of the bunch. Depends how bad the sun fading is, but yeah. Water damage is pretty bad. Okay, so you knew a few people. Yeah, it's time to swing by the Chaotic booth. I'm so excited for that Chaotic return. Oh wow. Oh wait, oh it's multiple games. I was gonna say, why is File Arms so expensive? $300 for that. Look, they've already discounted it. They had it at $39, now it's down to $35. Still too much. Symphony of the Night sold for $140. Well, these aren't sold here. These are asking prices. But yeah, $140 sounds about right for Symphony of the Night. It's about the average. If it's Black Label, well, Black Label. Isn't that crazy? Like, every eBay stream I said, Black Label is more expensive, but for greatest hits, 140 sounds about right. Not yet, Jervis Tech, but that will definitely be something I make use of in the future for like certain RPGs and stuff. It's getting to the point where it's a little easier to use translation stuff on your phone and everything to play games. $140 for Legend of Dragoon. Nah, there's no way that's the actual going price for that. Every once in a while you find somebody that tries to sell Legend of Dragoon for way more than it normally goes for. Buy it all? Yep, I'm on it. My favorite PS1 horror game. People think I'm joking. But I may not be joking when I say that. Nothing else like Overblood. And it's got one of the saddest scenes in all of PS1 games. I do recommend Overblood. Yeah, J-Hit's even got a freaking emote for Peepo. That's how we memorialize him around here. It's like half a D. D is on the back of the manual of Alien Trilogy. We count it. Top 3 favorite Wii games. Oh, I'm definitely a sucker for the Mario Galaxy games. I love both of them. So those would probably be up there. One of my favorites, though, that like seemingly nobody else loves, but I'm a little biased with it because I've played it more than anybody else, is a game called The Core Gang. It's a 3D platformer exclusive to the Wii. That's definitely one of my favorite Wii games. I used to do speedruns for it. I pretty much like dissected that game inside and out trying to find shortcuts and glitches and skips, so I put crazy amounts of time in The Core Gang. Yeah, I pretty much... every level I was able to find some kind of time save. It was crazy. Skip, out of bounds, whatever it was. So much fun. I'll link it here. Hold on. I think it's overtaken the Mushroom Men for me. Like Mushroom Men is a great game as well, but I definitely love The Core Gang more. So this is from the same developers if you've played Bay. And what's the most recent one? I want to just stream the one that you can play in 3D. The Midnight Walk and whatchamacallit, the one with the dice. Which I didn't care for too much. Yeah, Lost in Random. It's from the developers of those games. It's kind of been in the $15 to $20 range for a while. It seems like it's steadily creeping up. It's not a super common game, but you can see there's plenty to go around. A lot of them are from Canada, so there's not many copies that are in the US. Just be warned, this game does have a lot of like motion control and waggle to it, so just keep that in mind. But it's a really unique 3D platformer. Mushroom was never re-released outside of the Wii. No, there were other Mushroom games. There was one actually on the PC and one on the DS. Different games, but the one on Wii was never re-released. Redfly Studios doesn't exist anymore. Hold on, let me grab my copy for you guys. Give me a second. So I have a copy that is pretty personal and unique. Signed by the entire development team. Personally, because I sent it to them. They signed it in gold, so it's a little hard to say. How many signatures are on here? 1, 2. You got that one guy that's signed in silver. There's always one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One guy signed on the spine. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Any manual signatures? 16 signatures. Did they ever... Let me see if maybe they sneaked a hidden signature. No. So, pretty much the whole development team. I love this game so much back in the day. I always used to talk about this game on YouTube. Like, always. I'd always recommend this game. It's like my #1. I told that. I wrote to them and I'm like, I recommend this game all the time. It's like my favorite Wii game. Which it was one of my favorite Wii games at the time. And I'm like, if I send you my copy, can you guys just like sign it for me? And they said, sure. So I mailed it to them. I put like $5 in the game in cash. So like even paid for the return shipping. And that's what I got back. So I'm glad I took the chance because this studio doesn't exist anymore, so it's like a one-of-a-kind kind of thing at this point. I forget what other games... Let me see, I'm actually curious to see what like their last game was before they closed down. Red Fly Studios. I was like, man, these guys are going places. This game is so cool. It's hard to even find the page for this. Let's see. So, Marching Cube, formerly known as Red Fly Studios, a video game developer located in Texas. They developed the Wii version of Star Wars: The Force Unleashed 2. They began development Battle of the Sith Lords, but it was ultimately cancelled. Oh, damn. So the last game they were going to make was a Sith Lord game. In 2015, it was reported that the studio was attempting to relaunch the development of Sith Lords, which probably never happened. That's from a Star Wars Wikipedia. I'm trying to find, like, I don't think they have a page on, like, Wikipedia for the developer. I can't find it. It's like, it's lagging my freaking tabs right now, so I can't even check. Mushroom Man on the DS is an interesting one. It's more of a roguelike crafting platformer Metroidvania. I know that makes it sound like really crazy, but it's got a lot of touchscreen stuff. I think the whole game is actually played with the touchscreen, so it's a little miserable in its control department. But it's nowhere near as good as the Wii version. It's side-scrolling, it's not 3D. Come on, you can do it, internet. It's like clicking on that page just lagged the hell out of me. Yeah, but Mushroom Men is probably one of the most atmospheric 3D platformers out there. I mean, there is nothing else like that game when it comes to like music, colors, level design. It's so unique. Well, I mean, it's just rough things, right? Like, I don't have a top 3 PS1 games in my head. But I would tell you Klonoa would be up there, for sure. And I've always had this, like, internal battle of do I like Final Fantasy 7 or 9 more. I feel like I'd have to replay both of them from scratch to really make up my mind. But I do feel like I like 9 more. So that would also be pretty high up there. Well, I'm still gonna buy whatever physical games I want. Like, if a game comes out physically, I'm not gonna be like, bah humbug, and be like, no, I'm not buying it. If a game comes out physically, I'll buy it physically. I don't care if it's PlayStation 5 or Xbox or whatever. Because that's the whole point, right? Like, the only way we're gonna get physical games to stick around is if we actually buy physical. So. Defective and will not boot. That feels like it's way too much money for a game that won't play. The case ain't worth no $150. Vanguard Bandits. I haven't heard anything new about the new Sega console. The only thing that I saw just the other day, and I'm like, if that's a real quote, that sounds pretty good. Apparently, you know, because I'm not sure if this is reliable or true, but apparently the president of Sega, paraphrasing here, said something along the lines of, physical will never go, like, Sega will always support physical games, or like, we're always in support of physical, something to that effect. And I was like, oh, hold up. Does that mean what I think it means? If they say something like that, does that mean that this, like, rumor of a handheld with physical cartridges is actually potentially going to be true? Because how can they say something like that, and then physical games are going to be dead next generation anyway, right? Because they're not going to be able to do physical soon. So what does he actually mean? There's one childhood game that I used to play, but it takes a lot to run on modern PC. Which game is that, Roxanne? Recoil. I don't think I've heard of Recoil. Is it a PC only game? I'm assuming. You saw that the Sega CEO also said going all digital is very important for the gaming industry. See, that's what I mean. It's like, you can't get our hopes up with this stuff, right? These CEOs have, honestly, some of them have no idea what the hell's even going on. We'll see. Like I said, the quote may not even be real. I just saw somebody, like, paraphrasing it on X. So, can't believe everything you read on there. I think Souls-like games will be at the prestigious heart. No. They'll never reach the same levels of horror games, especially survival horror. Because here's the thing, most Souls-like games are so popular they're printed into the ground, so they will never hold like much value because there's so many of them. Whereas horror games of the past were relatively, I mean, a lot of those games had pretty small print runs, so it'll be hard to catch up with those. Evercade keeps poking fun at PlayStation's announcement because they held a poll on X that asked their audience. They essentially said, do you want us to keep up the fight? And the poll options were yes, do it daily, and like yes, like once a week, or yes, occasionally, or no, don't do it. And like 95% of the votes were for yes, do it daily. So that's why they are completely going to town every day, making fun of them. Actually, was it Evercade? No, oh, sorry, it was Video Games Plus that did that. But also, yes, Evercade is pretty much doing the same thing daily. It's good. It's good for marketing because guaranteed, if you make a post on X right now and you're trashing Sony, you're gonna get some traction on it. So like, they know what they're doing. I streamed this game. This was a weird one. I don't remember if I was able to make it too far. Great hits. I just remember wandering around like a virtual music hall and then playing some kind of mini games. It was weird. I'm not sure yet, Nick Rimmer. I think the next Evercade stream will probably be when I buy an Evercade that I could actually like hook up to my TV. Because the whole like Evercade setup with the Alpha is just like, man, it's brutal. It's brutal to get that set up for streaming. So it'll probably be something I can play a little more relaxed. I might look into that new Evercade. Is that new Evercade that they're advertising right now? The Nexus or whatever it's called. Does that thing allow video out to a TV? Does anybody know? Or is it handheld only? Wow, they actually bundled Automata Lista with a modem in Japan for PS2. That's... Man, that must have been super popular in Japan for them to do that. Video in? Oh wow. Yeah, that would be an interesting idea for the alpha. I did not hear that, Nick Kramer. Which game was it? This may be the coolest game to ever exist as the greatest hit on PS2 because look at that. You can't even tell, it just blends right in. I actually played that game quite a bit. That BMX game. I played it quite a lot. I actually kind of enjoyed that game. Back when I was like really into Tony Hawk kind of stuff. No One Lives Forever for $4.99 from Hollywood Video. 25 bucks. I actually haven't played that game. I think someone told me it was actually okay, an okay game. I don't remember what was on that bonus disc for God of War 2. State of Emergency 1 and 2. I thought State of Emergency 2 is getting kind of pricey. I guess this is like both game prices added together. But I could swear State of Emergency 2 at one point was like 40 bucks. Let me double check it. Price may have come down. It's of emergency. 25, no manual. $30, no manual. Complete 53. Yeah, see, I wasn't that wrong. No scratches, complete. $50. 55. So here's a potential really good deal if it's complete in good condition. Oh wait, it may not have the manual? Oh, I don't think it has the oh, it's a printed cover. No wonder it's so cheap. Sneaky, sneaky. I was like, man, there's gotta be a reason that looks cheaper than I thought it would. No, I actually downloaded the new Skate, but then I never streamed it. I just thought it would have made a... It's just too much learning involved. I never played a Skate game before. I would have downloaded that. The whole stream would have been me just like complaining about the controls. So I was like, nah, I'll pass. Bex is such a cool game, man. I'm disappointed that I never played that back in the day. I would have loved it. I definitely highly recommend it if you like 3D platformers. It's like the perfect collectathon platformer. If you like stuff like Banjo-Kazooie, Mario 64, you know, that kind of stuff, it's kind of like in that vein. It's really, really great level design. The thing that turned me off from playing it back in the day, I hated the character design. I think he is hideous, right? Like, that is not a good character design. But the game itself is great. Really good levels. Oh, talking the Power G. Yeah, I didn't like that character design either. There was some pretty, like that Haven game I just scrolled by, there was some pretty hideous looking character designs for platformers in this time. I hated that sort of like big head look with the little body. Just that chibi style. Yeah, I'm not into that. Speaking of which, I still haven't played iNinja. Still gotta play that one day. Looks like we got somebody flooding us with PAL games right now from Italy. Let's see how Xbox 360 is doing. And I think of Buck Bumble's design. He was pretty cute. I didn't mind Buck Bumble. But I wouldn't really say it's a platformer. Actually, not a terrible price for the Blitz Delete 2. I said if I ever do a 360 roulette wheel, I will definitely get Blitz to the league, given my history with the first game. $32 360 games. Dragon's Age, Ace Combat 6, Dante's Inferno, a couple Xbox One games. A little too pricey to get excited about that. Alright, 360 games so cheap. There's a lot of multi-platforms here that we're scrolling by, and there are a lot of 360 games, so it's not like the PS3 where people are spread a bit, like, more focused on certain games because there's just not many exclusives and stuff. Also, a lot of 360 games had pretty high print runs. Most games that we're scrolling by here were fairly printed into the ground back in the day. Don't forget, this was peak Xbox. This is when Xbox was on their A game, just completely dominating the industry. People never thought we'd see a day where they fell to where they are now. They were so on top of things. It's like, how could they fail? Well, they can fail by releasing the Xbox One. That's a start. That's all it took. Movies, TV, Call of Duty. The Call of Duty dog. Sports, Call of Duty, TV. Worst E3 ever. That edit, but there is a video on YouTube that is just so hilarious. It's just a compilation of Xbox from that E3. The part that always gets me is when they introduce the German Shepherd dog from Call of Duty. It's just a compilation of them saying nothing but TV, sports, Call of Duty over and over and over. Oh yeah, Xbox, go home. That's how they end it. Man, it's some real, like, shovelware we're getting listed on 360 right now. Where's all the good stuff? I don't think so, Guitar. There was a trade show presentation at Pokemon GS Reveal. Oh, really? So, like, the first time Pokemon was ever revealed at a trade show? That sounds like a cool find. We can search auctions. I forgot that we'd left auctions an hour in. There's actually only stuff here. Catch 'em if you can. And the catch 'em all slogan is just like so classic and legendary. I wonder what Back for Blood costs digitally. I'm actually curious. Let's look this up. Back for Blood. Okay, so when it's not on sale, it is $60. Currently included in PlayStation Plus Extra. But if you don't have PlayStation Plus Extra, if you want to buy Back for Blood, it is $60. Do you guys see now why they want to kill off physical games? $5, no bids. Sealed. Pretty disgusting. Guess what your only option will be to buy Back for Blood? Right, like, and as an example in the future, $60. And you think they're really going to put that game on sale in the future on digitally if there's no other option? And now, you know, of course I'm saying Back for Blood, but like going forward, when games get digital only and no physical releases, do you think there's an incentive for them to make that game $6 on sale? No, it's going to be $60, $70. Yeah, someone brought that to my attention last stream. Yeah, digital codes in Japan are going to be regulated so that the code expires 170 days. Yep. So games like, yeah, so when GTA 6 launches in Japan, the code will apparently expire 170 days after the release of the game. Isn't that crazy? That is pretty wild. Oh my god. I'm on the, like, I left the tab open for the PlayStation website for Back for Blood, and they just popped up a thing that says we'd love your feedback. How likely are you to do I have to be logged in? Oh, I don't have to be logged in? Okay. Let's see. This just popped up. Hold on, it may not pop up though. Yeah, it's probably gonna take a moment. Shoot. Yeah, it may take a moment to pop up. I think I may have to fill it, because it's in a non-incognito window. How likely am I to recommend PlayStation.com to a friend or family? 0. What was the main purpose for your visit today? Oh, I have it in dark mode. I can't read this. Hold on. Sorry. I forgot it would blind you guys at the same time. Browse or discover new products. Purchase a specific product. Other. Please specify. Oh, this is exactly what I was hoping for. To show to my live stream how Back for Blood is $60 digitally, but only $5 sealed on eBay. Oh, I can only write 50 characters? Alright, go fuck yourself. To compare $60 digital to only $5 physical for this game. I can't even type that. Yeah, that's good enough. Just compare $60 digital to $5 physical. Were you able to complete your primary reason for the visit? Yes. Please share any additional feedback. I love PlayStation. No. Do we have a character limit here? I now see why you want to kill the physical secondary market so you can monopolize the digital marketplace where your games never go on sale and we're forever buying full price digital games without any other options. You've lost a TS diehard fan. F you. I can't write the full thing because they'll probably, like, it'll get censored. And then they won't get the email or whatever, you know, the submission. Thank you for providing feedback. You're welcome. Didn't Ghost Trick actually used to be pretty expensive? Right, and then they re-released it on Switch or whatever, and then the price came down? Was that what happened? Or was this always kind of around this price? I swear this was a little more pricey. Yeah, I think it dropped as well. I think you're right. I remember that being more expensive. No. No, I won't be playing DDR. There's just too much of a learning curve. I don't want to have to go to an arcade to play that. Or get involved in that world. I think when you're buying a metal pad to play DDR, you're like, there's no coming back from that. Kronos was a game key card, huh? No, not to buy that on Switch. Do I have a Zavix? I do not know. That I do not have. GDR would be, yeah, it would be good cardio. Or I can literally just go and walk or climb the Stairmaster thing. But DDR would be a fun way to do it. But hey, I have fun. I'm watching Digimon while I do my cardio these days, alright? I think that's a good compromise. That Digimon video that I uploaded is doing way better than I thought it would too, so there will be more Digimon videos coming in the future. Which I guess, you know, if you're a Digimon fan and you want to see me open vintage Digimon cards that you probably had as a kid if you were into Digimon, here's the card game channel. Check it out. Yeah, I never played DDR. It just seems too late for me to get into something like that. I don't know. Switch lot of 29 games. Well, it seems like they chose some Real hits like Cattle Country and Ayo the Clown. Oh, they have a physical version of Chocobo GP. Wait, they released a PAL version of Chocobo GP? I'm so jealous. Man, we only got a digital version of that in the US. That sucks. I love that game. That game got so unfairly hated on. Should have survived longer. I'm not sure about a Stray movie, Nick. You live 10 minutes from round 1? Oh man. I wish I had a round 1 10 minutes for me. They're not local to me. I've always wanted to go and like try and stream at round 1. That would be a very expensive stream though. They're not cheap. Or like at least do some kind of content at round 1. I think it's a cool place. I did affiliate, yeah. I don't think so. I didn't see anything crazy on there, other than like, unless you're the person buying all the protective stuff for game boxes. Oh, are you pretty good at DDR Chicken? Are you the type of player where people will gather to watch you play? Yeah, I can see that happening with DDR. Just kind of turns heads, it's that kind of game. So you're the kind of player that like you like lean back on the pole, right? And like you do one of those things where you're leaning back and playing. I think that's what like the top players do. Where you like lean backwards. Certain music rhythm games, like the ones obviously that use like a touchscreen or like you're just using your hands, some of them I could just pick up and play like really easily. Because, you know, I still retain my muscle memory from back when I used to play a lot of music rhythm games on my iPad and stuff. Like Jukebeat. Shoutouts to Jukebeat for training me to have that reaction time to play crazy music rhythm games. So sometimes I can go into an arcade and I can play a music rhythm game for the first time ever and actually, like, kind of do really good at it. It really depends on the note speed and multiple factors, but some of them I'm actually pretty good at. Others, they just kick my ass. It really depends. Once you get really good at one music rhythm game, you can be very good at other music rhythm games without putting in too much work. It's kind of a skill that carries over from one game to another. Sound Voltex. Let me see what that one looks like. Sound Voltex. Oh. Is this the one? Oh, is this the crazy one where you like lift your hand? Yeah. Is this the one where you lift your hand like this? Like it's tracking your hand movement? Like hovering above? I played that at round 1 last time I was there. Yeah, that game was really something. That was an experience. Oh, it's not that one? Well, I don't know. Maybe I played it then. I'm not sure. There was one where it was literally tracking my hand. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like it measures how high you lift your hand off the buttons by hand tracking. Let's do one more page of auctions. These are ending pretty late now. I don't know what the name of it was, to be honest. It seemed like a very new machine. It seemed like a very new cutting edge kind of thing. Man, what a ridiculous looking limited edition this is. That box is beat to hell. Limited editions were so awkward back on the PS2. Do you guys remember, it was probably like 10 years ago or so? 12, 15 years? I lose track of time. There was a site that was selling brand new Dreamcasts for $100. You guys remember that? I don't remember what site it was, but I just remember people were like, oh wow. And they didn't even sell out all that fast. People were still very hesitant to pick it up. It wasn't even that long ago. Brand new Dreamcast for $100. I should have bought one just as a backup, but at the time I'm like, I still got Dreamcast, there's no need. It's working fine. They found some in storage, yeah, that's so wild. Imagine if they just found some sealed cases of Kuon in storage for PS2. You sold your Dreamcast console for magic cards. Did the magic cards that you get, are the magic cards at least worth something now? You came across a listing with AI photos to sell a game? So there's a lot of listings that are using AI to generate a background image with the game on top of it. So it's possible that maybe it bled over into the game looking AI generated, but I haven't seen something like that yet. Honestly, it's probably not against eBay's rules because they use AI like crazy on this site. They have AI write descriptions and they're okay with it, so I don't think they're gonna really care. I did a review on this game way back in the day on my channel. I think I pretty much said The music's really cool. It's got the music in this game, you hear the music we're listening to right now, like kind of smooth, jazzy, like kind of... That's how the music is in Android Assault. It's just such an interesting soundtrack. My biggest complaint with this, though, was it was way too easy. Really easy shoot 'em up. Isn't it interesting, though, how a shoot 'em up on Sega CD is still $90? That's pretty cheap for shoot 'em up standards on a Sega console like that. The game was a DS game and it generated a way to make the case fold like 3 different ways. That sounds kind of funny, honestly. I never thought about people using full AI for an eBay photo. The GOAT, Sonic R. Worth every penny. But I think that seller is asking way too much. The better way to play Sonic R is on the GameCube version, however. For those that don't know, they are pretty distinctly different versions. You're not getting a straight... I mean, there might actually be a lot of people that are unaware of this, but you are not getting a straight port of Sonic R when you get it on the GameCube. They are pretty different versions. Especially when it comes to controls and visuals and... Like, it just feels way different to play it on Saturn versus GameCube. So if you've only played one or the other, if you're the kind of person where you played Sonic R on Saturn back in the day and you're like, man, I can't play this, this is impossible, you really should give the GameCube Ultimate Gems version a chance, because it may feel a lot better to you. Have a good night, Justin. No, I don't think Sonic R is 500. I think it's closer to like 200 or 300. I played this game a long time ago. It's like a 3D action game. I think it had some platforming elements in it, if I remember it. I think that was a while ago. Found a PC copy of Mega Man X yesterday for $10. That's cool. I'm sure it had some cool box art. I think I've seen that on eBay before. Maybe the GameCube version is based on the PC port. Yeah, you're probably right. I think it is. I haven't played the PC version. However, the PC version also controls differently in minute ways to the GameCube version. Because I used to look into this very heavily back in the day when I speedran Sonic R, and I still believe they separate the PC version from the GameCube version on the leaderboards, because the controls are just quite a bit different. The one version I implore you to never play, and if it's the only version you've ever played, then I can understand why you hate the game. You never want to play the PAL version that released on the PS2. So there was a Sonic Ultimate Gems collection that only released on PS2, PAL version. But because of the refresh rate and the frame rate, sorry, got a little distracted. The controls are abysmal, like almost unplayable. Anybody want to pay some Pachi slots? I love how she's on the cover, but then the game is just literally slots. It's like she's got nothing to do with it. It's crazy. Do I like the non-video games at arcades? Like the basketball hoop one or skee ball? I like skee ball, and air hockey is always fun. But I guess you mean the ones that you play for tickets. Yeah, if I'm playing for tickets, I usually don't try to waste my money on that kind of stuff. But skee ball is a pretty fun one. These days, it's really sad when you go to an arcade. A lot of the arcade machines are just like, it's literally just a slot machine. There's not a lot of skill behind it anymore. It's just really, they really are just casinos for kids at this point. There's not a lot of skill-based ones anymore. Oh, jewel case. Oh, that version. Yeah, that's still cool though. Hello, Eric. How much reseller collusion do I think takes place on eBay to inflate prices? Don't think it's widespread, but a handful of large transactions can buy prices up. So people have told me that there are discords dedicated to just that, like coordinated discords where there are groups of people that coordinate to like corner the markets on games and like drive prices up and stuff, especially like in sealed and graded games. So yeah, there's definitely some of that stuff going on. It would not surprise me. When I get back to streaming Dreamcast, I definitely got to give Time Stalkers another try. This game must have had a gigantic print run because this type of game, it's essentially like a light roguelike kind of RPG. This type of game should not be this cheap, but it is. So the print run must have been really high. The House of the Dead. So glad I got to play that, like an actual arcade version of that recently. Last time I went to Retro Convention. That was fun. You don't often get to play the original House of the Dead these days. It had been so long since I last tried playing that. Alright, we're gonna try a general Nintendo search. I usually don't do a general Nintendo search because, man, you just hit everything. Let's give it a chance. House of the Dead is it's a pretty rare Saturn game. It's not an easy one to get. I'd say it may be just as rare as Panzer Dragoon Saga. Just that Panzer Dragoon Saga is way more notable and desirable for most people. Oh yeah, it's pretty brutal these days for Saturn and Sega CD. Man, for real, only $10. Well, $15 ship. If you are a GameCube person and you still do not have Extreme G3 racing, you're missing out. People like fans of extreme racing games have no idea what they're missing with this one. This might actually be a pretty good price because look, the other ones that are being featured down here are in like that $20 ship range. This is 15 shipped, complete. I'll link the seller if anybody wants to watch the item or something. But I got some other GameCube games. Actually pretty reasonably priced. If you can buy a few GameCube games off this person and have them combined shipping, you might actually be able to get some good deals here. 15 for Wave Race. I guess, I don't know how 30 is for Monkey Ball. But yeah, it's not... Prices are fair. 15 for Batman. That's the one that everybody was recommending I play next for Batman games. But even 15 for Extreme G3 is pretty decent for a complete copy. Oh look, Star Fox Adventures looks like it's coming down a little bit. That's a big price increase, of course, from the new Star Fox game. But that already looks like it's coming down. That's good. Yeah, I can finally think about buying that game again. That didn't take long for Star Fox Adventures to come back down. The new pod racer game looks incredible. Yep, it is definitely my #1 game I'm looking forward to at the moment. Everything I've seen from that game just looks good. I haven't been this excited for something Star Wars in a bit. Is that our first foot of the night? I believe it is half a foot. We thought we were going to go footless tonight. I mean, we still technically kind of are, because that's not a full foot. I mean, what is going on? Who takes a photo like this and is like, yeah, that's good? People apparently have just never taken a good photo before. I have no idea who that is, Rapid Fire. Doki Doki Majo Shinpon 2 Duo. Why is this $120? Okay, I mean, I guess we can see why it may be $120. No idea what kind of game that is, though. Could also be just a seller from Japan throwing a dart at a dartboard, and whatever it lands on is what they price it at. Sometimes I feel like that is their method for pricing games. Prices are just so random. It's like throw it at a dartboard and just tack a 0 on at the end. Ships and Sega Arcade Pod Racer game. I don't even think I'm familiar with that. And if you ship the board, it breaks because of manufacturing flaw? Wow, that sounds like it's very fragile. On the DS, I don't think so crazy. I don't think they had such a thing on the DS. Action Girls Racing. I knew there was a reason I wanted to get back into the Wii. So is this based off an IP or is this original? Oh my god, that looks so bad. Grab your lipstick, start your engine, and get ready to race. Oh man, you gotta love the old school back of the box quotes. Oh, 8 Action Girls characters. Okay, so it is based on an IP. Is Bratz still going? Is that still a thing? Is that still popular? Do I collect Nintendo DS much? These days I don't buy much for it, because I already have a lot of the games that I would buy now. I already have, I guess is the best way of putting it. Because I was actively collecting DS as it released games because they were nice and cheap. Boy, do I miss the days where most DS games were $20 or $30 brand new. That was awesome. Man, we're gonna think back on those days going in the stores and physical DS games for $30 brand new. It's 20 in some instances, very rarely 40, but usually 30. Didn't know how good we had it. Trace Memory. See, that's a game that I bought day one. One of the few DS games I actually sold because I was like, I'm never going to play this again. It's the kind of game where I felt like, okay, I beat it. I'm never going to touch this again. But now I like actually want to play it again because it's been so long. Yeah, Trace Memory was a very good game. I enjoyed that. I couldn't really get into Hotel Dusk. People seem to like Hotel Dusk more, but I like Trace Memory more. DS was really good for those like visual novel kind of games with gimmicks. I definitely deeply regret never getting Deadly Silence, Resident Evil Deadly Silence in time. Before the price on that shot up. I was always so close to getting it. Never pulled the trigger. And that's supposedly, a lot of people actually consider that to be their favorite way to play Resident Evil 1. Believe it or not. It's supposed to be a pretty solid version. If you're going like old school, in terms of like not remake version. Yeah, being able to go into combat and play that game in first person is kind of cool. So it has me intrigued. Yeah, it used to be about $100 game, and now it's like, I think the minimum I've seen it going for is $2. It's probably like up to $300 at this point. Gliding, I'm yawning a lot because I gotta try and like, I've been going to bed a little too late. I gotta like try and get to bed a little earlier. So I'm hoping as soon as I'm done with the stream, I can go right to sleep. Thank you, Jeroba. Thank you for the 63 months. Pokemon Ranger, also known as the series where if you want to scratch your DS screen, play this. I'll never be able to play this because, yeah, this is what you do. You rapidly circle Pokemon to capture them. Like, hello? Are you trying to destroy your touchscreen? The only way I'd ever be able to play this is if it was on like a, I don't know, like a backup DS or something. I'd never use my Game Capture 3DS for this. So yeah, probably never happening. Oh my god, I forgot Final Fantasy Explorers was even a thing. Did I play this? I can't even remember. I don't think I did. Man, I kind of wish I did though, because I feel like I'd really like something like this now. This is essentially what they probably would have... If they released something like this now, it would be a mobile game. And they'd nickel and dime you to unlock the 20 characters. Back then, you just get the whole game. We'll never go back to a time like this. Screen protector. I mean, I suppose. I'm not sure if I'd trust it, though. Have to be a damn good screen protector. Michael Jackson, The Experience, still $80 on Wii. See, look at that. Look at that terrible condition copy here for $30 shipped. That one that I linked earlier, I'm telling you, 15 shipped. That was pretty good. How much cheaper the Wii version is of Dawn of the Dragon compared to PS3? PS3 version was like 75 somebody wanted for it. Wii version 17. Would I ever stream the new one? Oh, I've streamed the new one several times in the past. The last time I went to stream it though, unfortunately, I don't know if it's the new one or my controller, but the controller would not work. And new on controllers are extremely expensive. And I never looked into like getting a new one because they're several $100s. I'd rather it actually be the console instead of the... I mean, maybe not, but the console's easier to get than a controller for that thing. But yeah, I was gonna go stream it years ago, and then the controller port, either the controller port or the controller wasn't working, so I couldn't play. I was really looking forward to playing some like Tempest 3000, which is definitely my favorite Tempest game. I think they make a controller adapter for Nuon now where I can just use like any controller, which normally I would never do. I always like using the original controllers. But Nuon controllers are so rare and expensive, it's like I just gotta make an exception, I think. So if I can get an adapter for that thing, then I can stream it. Well, the Gizmondo is definitely melting and like disintegrating like all of them do with the rubber on the outside, but it wasn't melting. The battery like literally just ceases to work, and I always keep forgetting to buy the replacement battery I gotta get for that thing. They finally came out with batteries that can replace the originals, which never existed until recently. Well, they didn't come out with them. I think somebody like discovered a battery that works for it. Yeah, I've heard the same thing about an adapter for N64 controllers. I have to look into it. Well, there is a controller, though, that looks just like an N64 controller for the new one. So maybe you could be thinking of that thing, too. I always wonder how this is. This would feel weird to play, though, unless I, like, watch the show. I watched a little bit of Inuyasha back in the day. Don't remember much about it now. This is a turn-based RPG. With a very big, like, you get a very big party in that game, if I remember right. $26 Super Nintendo games and 12 manuals. So it's like $10 a game, practically, let's say. Well, I can certainly see why. Could have been worse, could have been more sports games. I love how they give you a manual for Mario Kart, but Mario Kart is not in here. Donkey Kong Country 2. The manuals are way better than the actual games you're getting. No, Wii Fit will definitely never be $200. That is probably one of the highest printed games of all time. I also think most people want nothing to do with the balance board at this point. Yeah, 3D Dot Game Heroes that'll come down in the future. It'll take some time, but it'll come back down just like last time. Game FM radio for Game Boy Advance. Imagine listening to the radio from your Game Boy Advance. Turn your Game Boy into a portable FM radio. Plugs into Game Boy, no batteries required. I wonder how it works. $165 for Magician's Quest, just the cart. I'm actually curious to see what the heck the complete copy goes for now. I remember being interested in this game, but ultimately I think I decided not to get it. Or did I? I don't remember. I was very on the fence about getting it at one point, though. It's like a knockoff Animal Crossing game, but with like witches and wizards kind of theme to it. So complete is not that much more than what that person wants for the cart. It's a generally pretty rare game, though. I remember it was like this back in the day. There are not a lot of copies available for this at any given moment. 250, 250, 170, 240, 150, no bucks. So it looks like at minimum you're looking at like 230 for this game, 200. Which is about right. I'd say 5 years ago it was like a $100, $120 game. So it's slowly going up. Alright, let's do a complete in-box search as we typically like to do, see what things are selling for. Keep up with the market. So all these games sold tonight, like this literally just sold right now. Everblue 2. Let's see. $50 for Buffy Chaos Bleeds on PS2. That's always kind of been on the rise. That's the more expensive Buffy game. Oh, this one has the card. A lot of the Lord of the Rings games actually came with trading cards. Let's see what card they got in this one. There's multiple you can get, too. It's quite a bit of them, actually, for this game. They got a pretty lame one. Gimli's Axe. You can get character cards. Hello, Brian. Sorry, Brain. Your name is so easy to misinterpret as Brian. See, someone else earlier bought Stream G3 for $12, similar shipping to the other ones. This one's actually a little bit more than the one I linked. City Racer. Oh, that was from the same seller. It wasn't one of the sellers I looked at was selling City Racer. Oh, okay, so your name is Brian, so it works. I haven't played Sound Voltex, no. My favorite cover ever for Bubble Bobble. So this game is super interesting. The last time I looked at this, I think somebody may have brought it to my attention. But this game is busted. This is actually one of the secret, rarest, most expensive DS games out there for the updated version. I forget, you gotta like look at the top right corner, and on the cart I think also tells you if it's a certain version. But they released this game, and then when you get to a certain level, like level, I don't know, 20 or something, fairly early on in the game, it actually like gets glitched and you can't beat the game no matter what it is. You're stuck there, you can never finish the level. It is unbeatable. So they reissued the game with like an updated version which had a really small print run that fixed the game, which is pretty fascinating. Yeah, see, I think it's USA-1. This isn't USA-1. So they want $51 just for the cart. So getting it complete, it'll say like USA-1 right there next to the USA. That's how you know it's the updated version. So if you're ever out and about in a store, retro store or something, and you see this game, you check the box and make sure, see if it says USA-1. That's really hard to find. $40 for Left 4 Dead 2. $165 for Outbreak File 2. That is crazy. That used to be about an $80 to $100 game at its peak, and then it actually went down in price, and then it just shot up like crazy after Requiem. Oh look, somebody bought Core Gang. Definitely from my recommendation, right? Because like no one else is buying Core Gang tonight. Hope you enjoy the game. Now let me know what you think about it. I got the one. No, I got like the second printing. So somebody said, I think it was based on pre-ordering. If you pre-ordered the game, you would get the one that was like, I don't know, I forget what we figured out. Or it was like a shot in the dark. It was like a 50-50 chance that you got like one version over the other. But no, I don't have the like original unchanged cart for Ocarina of Time. But I think you had the pre-order to get that one. But I can't remember what the specifics were. Oh, somebody bought that State of Emergency. I hope it wasn't somebody that thought that was fully complete, because that was a printed cover for State of Emergency 2. $1? Come on. That must have been a miss. Like if I saw somebody post $1 for a complete box Ogre Battle 64, I wouldn't even buy it, because I know that that's either going to get canceled or it's never coming. Unless what they did was it started auction at $1 and then they sent an offer and they accepted it. That may be what happened here. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, sounds like an interesting time over there, Rapid Fire. I've not been there yet, Nick Kramer. I'll let you know when I go, though. Edited version of BMX, by the way. We still gotta do that BMX stream on Kick. We'll have to just pick a date and do it. That's what I've talked about. I always use Spyro and Crash Bandicoot as one of the examples. Spyro and Crash Black Labels are just like one of those games where one day it can sell for like $30 and then the next day it can sell for $70. I actually plan on doing a video that kind of like talks about why that is for certain games. I've explained it on streams before, but it's just such an interesting kind of... It's kind of fascinating to me how some games have such crazy price fluctuations, and it's been that way. It's normal for like 10 years now. Those games have been like that. $30 for Heavenly Sword. It's getting up there. Oh, look, I wonder if somebody bought this Mushroom Man. No, that definitely sold because I mentioned there was a DS Mushroom Man game, for sure. So whoever bought that, you have to let me know what you think. I just hope you like touch controls. Yeah, if you have Puppeteer, you should definitely sell it right now because I guarantee you you're not going to be able to get $200+ for that game in 2 years from now. Now's the time to get rid of it, G-Juice. Alright, let's do one more page. Some insightful stuff here, though, price-wise. Most of them are just too common, Arioka. Most of the exclusives on PS3 are uncommon at best. There's just too many of them out there. A few years from now, there just won't be enough demand for them. Plus, history will repeat itself. For most of these games, we've already seen what happened in the past, where they shot up in price the first time the store was supposed to close down, and then look at what happened to them. Puppeteer and Folklore, all those games, the same thing happened to them last time. Maybe not to like this degree price-wise, but they all went crazy in price, and then they came right back down. It took a while, but they came down. This is a very rare Genesis game. This is hard to find complete in box. Growl. Pretty decent beat 'em up, but very hard to find complete. Does not shock me that that game went for that much. But this time it's actually closing. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. A lot of these games are not that hard to find. Like, there is no way in hell that Puppeteer is going to be $250 3 years from now. Will it be more expensive than it used to be? Yes, but it's not going to be $250. It's probably going to settle somewhere in the $60 to $80 range would be my guess. At most. Well, for PS3, I think it's different because, like I mentioned, there are not a lot of rare games on PS3. Other consoles, other retro consoles, like, there are legit rare games. PS3 doesn't have many rare games. People are, like, latching on to certain games more extreme than others just because there's not a ton of games on PS3 that are like, this is an exclusive and it's a must-have, like, Japanese developed quirky game. There's not a lot of that kind of stuff. So the few games that exist like that are getting extra attention. Because most games that are on PS3 are sloppy multi-platform ports that are also available on Xbox that just generally run better. So most people are putting all their money into like the dozen games on PS3 that like literally everybody wants. So when everybody hyper focuses all at the same time, the prices are going to go up. You got to remember, this is not normal right now. It's not normal for thousands and thousands of people to be on eBay looking for the exact same games as everybody else. Once that calms down and the market is able to resaturate itself, these prices are going to come down. There is absolutely no way that Folklore, 3D Game Heroes, Puppeteer, they'll never be as cheap as they once were a few years from now. No, definitely not. But there is no way they're holding these prices. The only reason they got this high is because the market sold out. So there's no other options other than to buy what people are charging right now. So I'm telling you, just give it some time. You're just gonna have to have patience. If you missed out on getting some of these games, they'll come back down in price. You just gotta be patient with it. PS3 is pretty unique from a collecting aspect. In my opinion, you can count like the amount of actually rare games on two hands for that thing. It's just that there's so much focus right now that it's, you know, these prices are bound to go insane when there's so many people looking at the same games right now. And if there's a YouTube video or something, like, you know, anybody that makes a YouTube video that's like, get these games on PS3 now before it's too late, they all mention the same. They're all going to mention Folklore. They're all going to mention Puppeteer. They're all going to mention 3D. They all mention the same game, so like it hammers it into people's heads like, I got to get this game right now. It's bound to make them go crazy. But is there going to be that crazy demand a few years from now? No, things are going to calm down. Now, don't get me wrong, it's gonna potentially even get worse. Once we get closer to the store actually closing, I think it may even get worse. But give it some time. There's so many copies of these games floating around out there, it's just going to take some time for them to find their way back online. And before you know it, there'll be so many copies online, the hype will have died down, people will start undercutting each other because they're looking to sell their copy before the prices continue to fall, and the undercuts will continue to lower the price. Look what happened to 360. Another great example where, like, they had their 360 apocalypse, right? Prices went insane, and the prices are coming back down. The prices are stabilizing. I think that's like the best example. The fact that we've seen it happen with 360, and look what happened to the prices on a lot of those. A lot of the games that were so many examples of 360 games that were going for $100, $150, $200, they're back down to like. Some of them never really fully recovered price-wise, but they've drastically come down. Are they more expensive? Yes, but they're much. It's better to buy them now than when the store was, you know, closing up. Right, like Fatal Inertia. I remember that game. People were spending $100 just for the disc. Complete, it was like $200. Let's see what Fatal Inertia is going for. Which is, that's a fairly hard to get game on 360. Look at that. Disc with the box, $25. Complete, $60. You were not finding this game for $60 a couple years ago. Look at that. It's resaturated itself. This is a great example. Now, those of you that were around during the 360 apocalypse, right? You guys remember, we were looking at this game. A lot of you were like panicking. You're like, oh, I forgot to get Fatal Inertia. This game was legit going for almost like $150, $200 complete. Look what happened. 59 results. What happened? Market resaturated itself, the price come back down. The exact same thing is going to happen with PS3. You got to trust me. Yeah, look at that. When the 360 store was closing, you couldn't find a single copy of this game on eBay. And this is this is above uncommon. This is actually like potentially in the rare category for 360. So, just my opinion. I'm actually, I'm interested to see what happens. We've seen some examples with the stores closing and actually closing and, all that kind of stuff. Like, look what happened with Wii U. Those games went insane for a bit. Those stabilized. So, I think the same thing will happen with PS3. Spider-Man PS3 games will drop below 100. Those are an exception, I believe. I talked about it in my members video where, Spider-Man games specifically, I don't actually see those dropping substantially because Spider-Man is like such a strong IP. There's a lot of Spider-Man fans, and I think there's enough demand for those mid-generation like Spider-Man games that those make, and I think those will actually end up being some of the most expensive PS3 games going forward. They'll drop in price, but the ones that are currently going for big money, I don't foresee those dropping below $100. Spider-Man is just too strong of a brand. There's too many Spider-Man collectors. There's too many like different collectors that want that. It's not just the PS3 collectors, it's not just the retro game collectors, it's also the Spider-Man collectors, it's also the Marvel, like the superhero. There's a lot of people that want Spider-Man games, so I think that will play a factor into it. What I think of Disney Channel, Disney Plus getting the rights to your Pokemon Indigo League series. I mean, any official way that you can watch shows, the better, I guess. I hate how many streaming services there are these days, but it's better to have it on a streaming service than not. Splatterhouse is one of the games where I actually don't think that one's going to see a price drop, so you may want to look into that one before it's too late. I've been saying for years that that game is underpriced. I don't foresee that one coming down as much as others. I have not played the 50-cent games yet, no. I've heard they're good. Sir's Wrath should not be that expensive. It's not that rare, I think maybe, but it's a local thing. Sir's Wrath is a really interesting one. The PS3 version, I think, is absolutely way too much money. 360, the price feels about right for that right now for what it is, especially with backwards compatibility, but Asura's Wrath is like just one of those so unique, one of a kind, like there's still no other game quite like it. And it just hits that like anime itch, like it's a unique IP style anime action Dragon Ball Z game, like it's just so out there. The PS3 copy will definitely come down in price. However, I do believe that the 361 is on like a slow incline trajectory to always be increasing in price. Just because of the backwards compatibility, and like there will always be people that are finding out about that game and wanting to play it. Even though it's not a rare game, I just don't foresee that game really coming back down. It'll slowly increase. The guy who voices the mask in Splatterhouse refuses to acknowledge it. Well, I got my copy of the game signed by him at Comic-Con for Splatterhouse, so he'll acknowledge it, but just kind of in private. He won't sign it Terror Mask, though. He signs it TM, which is interesting. Anyway, I'm going to try and get to bed. Thank you to everybody for coming out to the eBay stream, as always. Appreciate it. Thank you to all of you that did some super chats over on YouTube and bits and hung out and resubbed and all that fun stuff. Don't forget, new member video up where I talk about PS3 stuff. I go through the entire list of PS3 games on price charting and just kind of pick out a handful of them, kind of give my opinions on them like I was tonight here. So for YouTube member, be sure to check that out before you go to bed. Other than that, we'll see. We're like one stream away from beating Star Ocean, Integrity, and Faithlessness, so expect to have that beaten this week. I want to do one more stream of Monsters and Memories, and then, you know, once we finish Star Ocean, I can go back to Skies of Arcadia. So, you guys have fun. See you next stream. Have a good one.